Thank you. I'm really excited for today and to hear everybody's presentations. What I'm presenting here is very much a kind of work in progress, and it contains some disparate but related thoughts about cruising, which is a subject I've been interested in for some time, but it's cast here in a slightly different light. So the presentation is split into 3 short sections. 1, the crowd. Rise up, thou monstrous ant hill on the plain of a too busy world. Before me flow, thou endless stream of men and moving things. Thy everyday appearance as it strikes with wonder heightened or sublimed by awe on strangers of all ages. The quick dance of colours, lights and forms. The deafening din, the comers and goers face to face, face after face. It might seem a little odd to begin this presentation, in which I want to talk about cruising as a way of anticipating movement with other bodies, with these lines from Wordsworth's The Prelude. To find traces of cruising in 18th, 19th century London may seem incongruent, sort of leaving us historically adrift. But scholars of cruising as an act have learnt to find it in unexpected places. As Fiona Anderson writes in her essay, Cruising as Method, we might use this term as, quote, a way of thinking queerly about the practice of looking for something that's not immediately visible, end quote. Wordsworth's portrait of an urban mass speaks to this subject today less as a text harbouring something queer or furtive to be uncovered, than as a familiar departure point for the purchase held by the city in cruising's mythos. We're all too familiar, perhaps, with the motifs of the flaneur, urban modernity, anticipated by Wordsworth's poem. The strange intimacy of anonymity, the erotics of the crowd, the interplay between detachment and exposure. How does cruising, a mode of directed looking, is one possible definition, enacted among strangers, negotiate the perceptual overload of urban space? The quote, quick dance of colours, lights and forms names a spectacle that refuses legibility precisely because it depends upon the dynamic movement of these phenomena. And it's against this backdrop that strangers of all ages might interact face to face, face after face. What's at stake in that distinction? This shift between interpersonality on the one hand and seriality on the other is most obviously one of quantity, from an exchange that proposes a form of intimacy between 2 people to an impersonal succession whose unfolding allows for no such pause, such that the defamiliarizing power of a single face is subsumed by the series. As a state of readiness, an incipient availability towards other faces, other bodies, cruising turns upon this distinction. Its capacity for continuity across faces is even perhaps a turn on, a mode of eroticized disinterest with radical potential. Cruising's theorists light upon this strange vexing of repetition, the sense, as Roland Barthes writes, that it, quote, implies a temporality that accentuates the meeting, the first time, as if the first meeting possessed an unheard of privilege, that of being withdrawn from all repetition. Cruising is anti-repetition, anti-natural, an act that repeats itself, but its catch is absolutely fresh, end quote. In his essay on cruising and sociability, Leo Bassani writes that the danger associated with cruising is not that it reduces relations to promiscuous sex, but rather that the promiscuity may stop. Few things are more difficult than to block our interest in others, to prevent our connection to them from degenerating into a relationship. Under this aspect, the urban crowd announces itself as an ideal figure for cruising's strange teleology, a sea of intimate obscurity, of transient encounters that spurn or exceed modes of normative kinship. But what if the quick dance in Wordsworth's poem, as one example where its use illuminates the impersonality of the urban sensorium, what if that phrase did another kind of work, offered a way of wresting intimacy from a crowd? What might it mean to think of cruising as a quick dance between persons, a thread of connection, a singular movement, improvised, interludic? I'm thinking here not of the rehearsed and metaphorical choreography of, say, the gay bar or the bathhouse, where returned looks or a round of drinks punctuate the erotic trajectory, but rather a more contingent or fleeting moment, a bearing witness to or interpreting of another's movements in the act of passing on the street. If cruising in its most familiar iteration as a gay male public sexual culture, it offers a way of looking, it's also a way of looking at movement, puzzling over or eroticizing the interrelations between body and person, gesture and gestalt. To think of movement as a mode of everyday dance is one way to observe the possibility, as well as the limitations, of an evanescent, ephemeral queer commons that's forged along lines of desire. 2. Many kinds of walking. Edwin Denby's 1965 lecture, Dances, Buildings and People in the Street, makes for a curious read, written for an audience of students but never given, on account of Denby's fear of public speaking, and one that moves between third-person formality and the first-person or anecdotal. The argument of the lecture is, as Denby writes, about the important relationship between the, quote, many kinds of walking you can see in the city and watching a dance performance. To observe dancing not on the stage, but in daily life is to, quote, see the pretty movements and gestures people make. This mode of everyday dancing has, for Denby, a pedagogical function. Is the remit of the dance critic not predominantly an attunement to movement in all its specificity? Although this lecture suggests no straightforward equivalence between the stage and the street, it locates a certain aesthetic rigor in the act of people watching, an act that might sharpen the budding dance critic's faculties of attention. But a hallmark of Denby's lecture style is also how often he appears to give the game away somehow, with the suggestion of, let's say, an extra critical motivation. Speaking in defense of the Walk of New Yorkers, which is, quote, amazingly beautiful, so large and clear, Denby notes that it lacks the delicacy of other cultural walks. It hasn't much savour to roll on your tongue, that it hasn't. Or at least you have to be quite subtle or very much in love to distinguish so delicate a perfume. Although Denby soon passes this comment off as a joke, it can't help but lend the feel of a mask slipping, this description of a gestural subtlety made sensible only by desire. By nodding to this erotics of seeing, where the amount of pleasure taken in another's walk is proportional to one's own amorous capacities, this aside teases at a latent sexuality in the scope of Denby's perspective, as a gay man in post-war New York who's not writing openly about his sexuality. His later reference to, quote, foreign sailors in Times Square, that cruisiest strip of 60s Manhattan, leaves little to the imagination as to the direction of Denby's attention. If it's unconventional to think of this lecture as one concerned, in part at least, with the everyday scene of cruising, something of his central argument is illuminated by an explicitly gay work being produced in the same city just 10 years later, in the halcyon days of the post-Stonewall pre-AIDS historical moment. Photographer Sunil Gupta moved to New York in 1976 to study photography and lived in an apartment building in Chelsea. On the weekends, he would walk up and down Christopher Street, a prime gay thoroughfare in the neighborhood, to take photographs of the men he encountered. Although the resulting collection of images, simply titled Christopher Street 1976, possess a documentary function, for Gupta, the photographic act was not just a way of documenting cruising, but a form of cruising itself. The level of interaction it involved was familiar to him as someone versed in the ways of gay bars and bathhouses and other kinds of such spaces. Some of the men in the photographs look away, seemingly or perhaps studiedly unaware of the camera, while others look directly at it. Gupta's subjects were, in this sense, being doubly solicited, both by the lens of the camera and by the man looking through the viewfinder. But what's striking about these photographs is not just the erotic power of the look, nor the way that they capture the dominant styles and types of 70s gay culture, the leathers and the mustaches, of the kind inventoried by artist Hal Fisher, who was shooting in San Francisco at the same time, under the banner of gay semiotics. What these photographs infer through the still image is the charisma of a stranger's motions, the levity of a foot in midair, the intransigence of hands in pockets, the flamboyance of an arm just gently swinging. Gupta described these photographs as, quote, a catalogue of all the guys I wish I'd slept with, a visual wish list. But there might also be thought, after Denby, as a catalogue of walks, a snapshot that figures the cruise again as that quick dance, a shared moment of passing in which the photographer is both participant and observer, admiring movement while himself in motion. 3. The gaze. For all its humanistic affection for the moving forms of the metropolis, Denby's lecture is also beset by unspoken questions about who is looking and who is being looked at. His enumeration of different cultural walks and their qualities, like the quote, miraculous Caribbean stroll or the beauty of the Italian deployment of shorter muscles, combines, Aaron Devison notes, an admirable phenomenological attentiveness towards the way bodies move through space and time, with a tendency towards generalizations about ethnic and cultural difference, which overlap in unsettling ways with post-war American hegemony. Alongside this fetishization of certain kinds of movements exists the semiotic realm of gay archetypes, the very currency of cruising even today on dating apps like Grindr, which are no less dependent upon generalizations that are gendered and sexualized. As an exchange that pierces the surface of the everyday, the serialized look of cruising might seem to proffer so many little epiphanies, micro-intimacies that somehow exceed the particularity of a time and space, rendering the street as a stage, shared, ecstatic, even ahistorical. But the incipient utopianism of cruising, the hope to find in a stranger's stare the quote, warm illumination of a horizon imbued with potentiality that's described by Jose Esteban Munoz in his book Cruising Utopia, cannot quell the potential violence of the look for those excluded from gay male culture's dominant order. Writing after Fanon, who illustrates how the intermediate figure of the flaneur lingering on the sidelines is a subject position unavailable to the black man walking the streets, Gershon Avelez has recently observed that, quote, simply moving through space proves to be especially risky business for racial and sexual minorities. The injury-bound subject is a subject who desires, a subject defined not solely through injury but by desire, affection, unrestrained pleasure, freedom of movement, self-definition, unencumbered embodiment. And it's the threat of injury that often informs the investment in disruptive desire, end quote. The injury Avelez describes names not the eroticized sense of danger that often attends accounts of gay male cruising, that sort of search for rough trade, but rather the threat to queer people of colour and non-male bodies in the street, a threat made manifest in numerous ways, from state or institutional aggression to more intimate but equally violent antagonisms, an objectifying look, a misapprehension. Cruising as a practice may make available an improvised choreography in which estrangement could be momentarily effaced, but it might just as easily fall out of sync into such misapprehensions. Artist Mark Bradford's 2005 video work Niagara spotlights its subject, Melvin, a young black man living in South Central Los Angeles near the artist himself, as if he were a movie star, as if, in fact, he were Marilyn Monroe, whose 1953 film Niagara, which ends with Monroe sashaying out of sight in the longest walk in cinematic history, provides Bradford's work with its title, but also its temporality. He focuses his camera on Melvin for the exact length of time that director Henry Hathaway let the camera roll on Monroe. Zadie Smith writes in an essay on this work that Marilyn Monroe's, quote, legendary walk with her hips swinging is a mode long since memorialized by drag queens, prima donnas, freaks, queers, street punks of all persuasion. It's a performance which begins in lack, in absence, the nuclear option of the disenfranchised. This is not to suggest that Melvin's moving in any direct imitation of Marilyn Monroe, the title of the work is Bradford's, but rather to suggest that these flourishes, the rolling hips, the swinging arms, create a spectacle worthy of the kind of attention with which cameras follow and aestheticize stars on film, a non-actor taking control of how he's seen, reminding us, Smith writes, of the performance art of everyday life, the political urgency of street-level grace. To cruise the streets with one's body then may require only an audience of one, a solo act ready for but wary of collaboration, to embody a state not only of anticipation but resistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. That was really amazing and some really beautiful quotes you had there as well. So let's move on to our next speaker, and then we're going to have a discussion between all of the panelists afterwards.
Great. So next we have Suba. Are you there, Suba? Yeah. So Subathra Subramaniam is the artistic director at Akademi, the UK's leading South Asian dance organisation. Suba was co-education director of Cape Farewell, an international not-for-profit programme working to bring creatives, scientists and informers together to stimulate a cultural narrative that will engage and inspire a sustainable and vibrant future society. Suba was artist in residence at the Environment Institute at UCL, where she worked closely with climate scientists to investigate the value of dance as a means of raising awareness of climate change. She is also a trained secondary science teacher. And Suba's paper today is called Choreography as Climate Action, Embodied Experience and Environmental Movements. So welcome, Suba.
Thank you. Just to say, when you say it's a paper, I get a bit scared because so much of the talk is so non-academic in so many ways and more a sort of a photographic kind of view of some of the work that I've done. And so there's just lots of pretty pictures and just talk of my experience of working within choreography and climate change. Thank you so much for inviting me. Jack, that was so fascinating. Your talk earlier, a bit of my brain is still there, imagining movement. And it's just the way you talk about the performance art of everyday life. It's just really beautiful. Sort of image that's conjured in my head, and my head is still in that image, so I may need a few moments to come out of there because it was just really beautiful listening to you speak just now. So thank you. So yeah, just very quickly my background, because it's a little bit of an anomaly in some ways. So I trained as a Bharatanatyam, which is a South Indian classical dance form, since about the age of 7, but it was always a hobby, really, a really serious hobby. And then I got to, I did the usual kind of university route of education. So I did a degree in biochemistry and then sort of went into dance full time for the first time as a choreographer and as a maker and as a dancer. And also I'm a trained science teacher, as Hannah said. So, so much of what I'm going to say brings all of those 3 different things into play. So my world as a choreographer and as a dancer, but also as an educator, and also that world around science and research and bringing all of that together. So if I can share my screen. So yeah, so much of my work around climate change comes from all of these 3 factors sort of coming together. So this is an image that was taken as part of one of my many trips to the Arctic as part of the Cape Farewell project. And I was invited in 2003 to go along on that project because I wore both the kind of arts and science hat, because it was a voyage with artists, scientists and filmmakers and educators trying to raise awareness about climate change. And the remit of that project right from the beginning was go, see, experience, and then let your art do the kind of talking around what you experience at the time. And we also had scientists doing real science, oceanography mainly, with us. So my role was really looking at all of that and kind of soaking all of it up, but also as an educator trying to make that the language and the research understandable for younger people who are at sort of secondary school level. For me as a choreographer, all of that time, there were so many lived-in experiences that has informed my choreography and my work, and it still continues to do so now, you know, all of those years later, nearly 20 years later, and it's still a big part of my sort of choreographic process. And as a body in that space, like the space you're looking at right now, so much of it is about actually how am I feeling? What does this mean for the future? How can I, through my body and that lived-in experience, share that as a form of movement, but also share that as a form of movement, not just for an audience, but also with young people, understanding that something like this, an experience of this, can have an effect on the way in which you want to share that. And movement is one of those ways to share that, and the body and that embodied feeling. So the Cape Farewell project, we were on one of these boats. So we sailed for the northern tip of Norway up to Svalbard in the Norwegian Arctic. And we all lived in this boat for 2 weeks. We kind of docked out of there through dinghies and went for walks, but really this was our home for 2 different projects. So after 2003 and 2007, we decided to take young people up to the Arctic. So the thinking was, if we go and we have this experience, actually, how do we empower young people to have this experience and to use all of this to have much stronger, powerful voices? I showed you this only because it's really strange to see your eyelashes frozen. So this was in northern Canada, in Nunavut, on one of the sort of trips we went on afterwards, and it was minus 35 degrees. And it was the physicality of feeling the insides of the hairs inside your nose freezing. And it's a really strange sensation. And it was all of this, the physical feeling of all of this, that has a sort of lived in translation into all of the work that I have kind of created since. And this is a kind of images we saw every day on those voyages. You know, young people, us, the scientists, the artists, all of us, we had a lived in shared experience of images such as this. And this is in Svalbard, and one of the many research stations that we took the young people to experience the real science, to experience what it was like to be there and see that every day. And the art sort of manifested in many ways. And this is something the young people chose to create. They created out of little blocks of sea ice, bits of sea ice, what they called we called an Inukshuk, which is a Canadian little symbol that the Inuit leave on the land that they have been on to say that they have been there and they have passed through this place. And the young people we were with on that particular trip really loved that idea of leaving something that is not actually going to be there forever, because as soon as the water comes in, that goes away. But knowing that it's transient and knowing that it's temporary, but knowing that it's a piece of art they wanted to create. So we created this. So it was kind of a structure with people looking in and out of that landscape. Again, seaweed, and there's very much the kind of feeling that whatever we do is in our hands. And the young people felt very strongly about that the fact that it was all in their hands, and they had a way of expressing that. So they collected, this was in the Charlie Day Rider, they collected a load of seaweed and created this. This was in Greenland on one of the subsequent voyages. So my training is in Bharatanatyam, which is a South Indian classical dance form. And so much of the traditional format of that dance form, the stories are mythological. They're about the thousands of gods that we have in Hinduism, you know. But for me, it was about taking that form and putting it in different places and sharing that feeling of that. And here, on one of the youth voyages, I taught all of these dancers. So this is in a place called London in Svalbard in Norway, in the Arctic. And I taught them all something we called a namaskaram, which is a salutation or a greeting we start all our dance classes with and all our dance practice with. Any shows we do, we always start with this. And I taught it to them, and I asked them to just feel the movement, be in that place. And we'd already been on the voyage for about a week by the time they did this. So we did this movement, and they came back and we talked about what it felt like to move in that particular way, in that particular landscape, and how much of what they had felt, seen and experienced came through the movements that they did. And a lot of them just said it brought them so much peace, and it brought them a sense of allowing their bodies to share and feel all of the other things, but in a slightly structured way, because I gave them a vocabulary through which they could move through my form, which is all I had in a way to share through my body. And it was a really special moment, actually, because it was complete, as you can imagine, completely and utterly silent. All we could hear was the water. And they asked if they could do it quite a lot. So it became a sort of a meditative embodiment of being in that space over a period of time. And this was the exact opposite. So this was a voyage afterwards with 26 young people. We had all been so seasick because we were in these ridiculously rough waters. We started the voyage with us all starting for dinner. We all had a starter. By the time the main course came, half of us were horizontal in our bunks. By the time dessert came, I think there were about 5 or 6 people left. When we all emerged from the seasickness, I sort of said to them all, right, what can we do together just to kind of feel like we've all come out of something? And they said, could we just do some dance on the deck of the boat? And they wanted the physicality of feeling open in that space. So we did a little dance workshop. a Bharatanatyam workshop actually. So that's all kind of gestural work around that space of the sense of feeling together and experiencing a subject together was really important to all of them. The other thing that was really important to us was meeting, this is a Greenlandic community of only, I think, 80 people. And we shared time with the communities that we saw and met, an understanding of what their lifestyle was like. And one of the voyages had an incredible sound artist called Max Eastley, who stuck hydrophones in the water and recorded the sounds of bearded seals, so these lovely little creatures. And it made me want to move. It absolutely made me want to move. I had nowhere to make a piece apart from the deck of a boat. And then whenever we got out off the boat, I literally have 3 layers. I took my layers of clothes off and then created a dance film. It was really cold. In fact, Professor Mark Maslin, who's a UCL scientist, was holding my coat for me. His primary role in that moment was to hold my very large coat so that I could do 2 or 3 minutes, run back, put it on. But that I felt utterly compelled to move. I felt no other instinct and urge to express artistically than through my body, because it was as visceral as it could get. I was freezing, but I wanted to move because that landscape, I didn't know how long that was going to be there for, because of the climate, because of all that is happening around us. And also it's inspired a lot of the work. So this is a piece I made called Elixir, which was about our cultural relationship with water. So all of these years of going up to the Arctic, organising the voyages with Cape Farewell, and spending a year being artist in residence at UCL all pointed to one thing, and that was our relationship with water and our cultural relationship with water. So I created a piece around that. And we were talking about feminism, and actually a lot of the research, I went to India to do some research, was around the fact that women played such an important role in making sure we had water in our lives. Women were given the money to have little microfinancing to build a tap in their villages. They walked the 5 miles to collect their daily supply of water. The women played such an important role. So it felt really important to make a piece of work with 3 women about our cultural relationship with water. We used lots of projection, lots of scientific equipment at the back of the piece. So there's science equipment at the back with a huge kind of burette of water that was collected up over the whole of the performance, which we then used as a ritual to clean our hands at the end of the show. But we just used the water that was collected during the show. But what I realized is that I couldn't show the beauty of every single drop of water through my body or through the dancer's body. So I created an installation that tried to look at the beauty of every single drop of water. And for that, I commissioned an artist called Josh Baum to create little installations. And this is a capillary tube collects up all this water on a surface that allows the water to collect up and magnifies a piece of text by Heraclitus, which pretty much says, "You never stand in the same river twice." And that, you have to wait. It is about the physical being standing in a place and waiting for a large globule of water to travel down this piece of plastic in order to magnify the text underneath it. So there is something about waiting for water that I was trying to show. So all of the work around climate has kind of influenced the way in which I've created work. And now that I've kind of gone into running a dance organization, a South Asian dance organization, for us, climate is a huge part of all of the work that we create. And using South Asian dance forms, which is hugely expressive, very gestural in terms of how we tell stories. So one of the pieces of work that we're researching at the moment with material scientists at UCL is a piece around plastics and using our bodies and using gestures to tell the world about some of the, not just the doom and gloom, but why plastics are so ubiquitous and around us everywhere. And the work is for families and young people. And we're also thinking about how young people can see bodies and movement as a way of telling really important stories around climate, and actually empowering them to then be able to do workshops and move and use language of movement and South Asian dance languages with a gestural and with storytelling and gestures. We're also researching a piece called Pravas, which is an outdoor work around climate migration and using South Asian dance forms and our bodies to talk about the physical act of moving, which is why this the sentence, "of performance art of everyday life," that Jack talked about, is just for me really important, because it is that movement of everyday life that people have to make because their landscapes are falling apart, of drought, of water, all of that. And so for me, the language that I have through Bharatanatyam and the sort of South Asian dance forms that I work with feels really apt, especially for this piece. You know, we're looking at research around climate migration in South Asia, and to then use South Asian dance form to tell those stories, and actually to embody those stories and allow every single bit of our bodies to tell those stories, and giving people an opportunity to see those bodies move and understand is for me, it's a really important part of that, the work around climate and the role that our bodies and movement can play. So thank you.
Thank you, Suba. That was wonderful. It was so lovely to hear you speak again. And I can already, see so many nice conversations that will come out in the discussion about landscape and gesture in response to it. Thank you, that was great. But before the discussion, we have one more speaker who I believe Isabelle will introduce.
Yeah, so we've now got a paper from Tamsin Hong, who is the Assistant Curator of Performance at Tate Modern. And in March 2020, she co-curated the BMW Tate Live exhibition, Our Bodies, Our Archives, which was to present work by Faustin Linyakula, Okwio Pokwasili, and Tanya Lukin-Linklater. So today, Tamsin is going to be talking about Okwio Pokwasili's Sitting on a Man's Head.
Thank you, Isabelle, and can I also add brilliant pronunciation of 3 names that I needed to learn from the artists themselves before I felt confident being able to speak about them. I've got a PowerPoint, if I may share my screen. Okay. Now let me just get this. Here we are. So Okwio Pokwasili is one of the extraordinary artists I worked with whilst curating the BMW Tate Live exhibition for 2020. And I want to talk in particular about her solo practice and how that was an important part of our exhibition consideration. But before I dive into that, I just want to share with you a little bit about the exhibition as a whole. So Okwi was one of 3 artists we were commissioning for the live exhibition. So that's Faustin Linyakula on the left and Tanya Lukin-Linklater on the right. And these 3 extraordinary artists were brought together due to their distinctive dance-based practices, which examined the ways in which memory is held in the body. And we were really excited to share with everyone this extraordinary exhibition in the tanks. However, 2 days before we were due to open the exhibition, the gallery's doors were closed, and I'm sharing with you a photograph that was sent to us in the chaos of that moment. You're seeing someone very appropriately dressed for the London Tube walking past the exhibition poster, and we very rapidly had to close our doors and close down the exhibition. But what I want to share with you is some of the thinking that we had behind the exhibition, and in particular on Okwi's practice. Now, this question that she came up with was really fascinating in terms of a way of trying to reach into a stranger and find out something in particular about them. And it's this question that Okwi and her partner Peter Bourne had generated. What do you carry that also carries you? And it reminds me a little bit of what you were saying before, Suba, in terms of that transience, trying to leave a trace of yourself in the Arctic. this was something that Okwi was very interested in terms of how we relate to each other. And she talked about this question in terms of how it is felt in the body. She wanted the very particular experience of what made an individual unique and how that was carried in their body through this question of what do you carry that also carries you. Just to take it back a couple of steps, I'm showing you two maps. The one on the left is New York, showing the location of New York where Okwi was brought up. And on the right we have Nigeria highlighted, which is where her family are from. And quite central to Okwi's practice is this question of how she's able to make more visible the experiences of Black and brown ladies, as she describes herself in the communities that she speaks to. And she's particularly interested in complicating those ideas. She often talks about how these are particular bodies that are left to be defined by what they are not. And a part of her strategy and her practice is to be able to bring subjecthood back to these identities. And that's where her solo practice becomes really significant and important. I first encountered Okwi, I first saw her in person perform Bronx Gothic at the Young Vic in 2019. And this is quite an amazing solo performance. Some of you may have already seen it, but for those of you who haven't, it's a performance where she begins with this quaking, this nervous quaking, and as she goes through the performance, she talks about these two girls learning about sexuality as they pass notes to each other, and they comment on each other's bodies and they comment on sexuality. And as an audience member at the end, you find yourself feeling this extraordinary confusion as to what's just happened as you're trying to unpick what you've been told, what you've witnessed, as well as the having witnessed Okwi perform in such a visceral and physically demanding way. There's nothing quite like it. And she says of Bronx Gothic, which I just want to quote here because she explains it so beautifully. She says, "There is no authority even in my own history. I can't trust the writing even though I wrote it. I constructed this weird and complicated story around a poor girl who needs to remember the awful things that happened to her. She has to collect them, put them all together and share them so that someone will remember, but only the body remembers. That's how you can try and get to some of these things, through the body. I do believe these memories are material in the body." And what you witness is this, in this amazing performance, is the way in which Okwi draws out these memories through this quaking body, this body that is remembering a traumatic experience. And just on a side note, I mean, this performance was so physically demanding that Okwi would have to consume all of her calories in the first half of the day and then have a huge break before she performed. Otherwise, she couldn't perform this intense solo. And it was really interesting thinking about the way in which she needed to sustain this care for herself in order to be able to perform. But during that performance, she very effectively uses the gaze. And it was really wonderful hearing earlier when Jack was talking about the gaze and how it is used in the particular context of cruising. In this particular case, Okwi is returning her subjecthood to the theatrical space. She says, "You, the audience, are not invisible or just sitting there looking at me. I'm looking at you too. I want the gaze to move in both directions." And you definitely get the experience of that in the intimacy of this smaller theatre. And so having experienced that, we really wanted to bring Okwi's individual presence to the exhibition. Whilst we were having conversations about how that might manifest, Okwi was bringing to the exhibition Sitting on a Man's Head, which the title comes from an Igbo tradition in Nigeria, where women have a history of protesting against men in their community, against colonizers, missionaries, where they would gather at the offending man's place and they would sing and dance, and they would be quite explicit. They'd reveal their own bodies. They would call into question the sexual virility of the men in question, and this was called the Great Egwu, and Egwu means dance, and it was something that Okwi was really interested in, is to how this collective action resulted in women being able to reclaim their power within that context. So in the Igbo language, Egwu, it means dance. So it seems that this protest practice is linguistically tied to performance, and that was something that has been a major source of inspiration to Okwi's work. What you're seeing here with Sitting on a Man's Head is a collective practice that Okwi has generated, and again, thinking about everyday movement as a form of performance. Strangers, audience members are invited to come into this space, to walk slowly and create a collective song, which is created from the words generated from the answer to the question, what do you carry that also carries you? So this was brought into the live exhibition for 2021, and this is what you might see from the other side of this semi-translucent screen between you and the performers. But we really wanted to bring in Okwi's solo presence in this performance. It was so vital to us that she should be able to share with the audience this incredibly visceral, incredibly beautiful way of articulating herself through her physical intelligence, through this memory tracing that she does through her dance practice. And I found it really interesting when I was thinking about Okwi and the way in which she destabilizes truth, as I kind of touched on with Bronx Gothic, which she also does in Poor People's TV Room Solo. And it's an interesting strategy that I found resonated with also Foston, Linnea Cooler, and Tanya Lukin Linklater, and also another artist I'm working with, Gordon Bennett. All four of these artists, they have an extraordinary command of language. They really understand how to articulate their practices, and they're exquisite in their nuanced interpretations of their own sort of linguistic histories. But what I found interesting is that all four of them are individually examining the problematics of the post-colonial moment, and they're suspicious of language. They're very aware of the limitations of language, and so it's often through destabilizing language that they find a kind of strategy of how to address the post-colonial moment. And I think a lot of it has to do with the way in which, for Okwi, she's very aware of the way in which the body is defined, and how language is quite limited in how it can define and express the truth of what's held in the body. And particularly when we're thinking about Western history, we often draw on what has been said and what has been written, and that's not necessarily a reflection of the truth. So it seems to be that by destabilizing the language, it reveals that the truth and the meaning is something beyond the limitations of the language that is presented. And so Poor People's TV Room Solo, it is a communication, a language, a discussion and dialogue between four women. And this photograph here is taken from Okwi's previous presentation of the work in 2017. And you can see there's some resonances with Sitting on a Man's Head, where you're also outside of this semi-transparent space. This is what we got to within our bodies, our archives at Tate Modern. This photograph was taken, I think, only a few days before, well, the day before we closed the galleries. And what you're seeing here is the installation, and it had evolved from the previous photograph that you saw taken 3 years earlier. It has this extraordinary Hessian motorized sculptural piece that would move every so often, and there were screens that were going to be behind this that were going to show Nollywood films and films that Okwi and Peter had taken of girls in Nigeria, and so we wanted there to always be a presence of Okwi in this space, and then when she would perform inside that box that you're seeing here. We were delighted to see Okwi continue her investigations. One of the things that we'd been talking about in 2021 was possibly even a hologram, and we were delighted to see that it was realised in the new museum's exhibition Grief and Grievance, Art and Mourning in America, where you can see Okwi performing through this hologram. It creates this ghost-like experience for the audience member. And I just want to finish up with how Okwi has described memory in regards to Poor People's TV Room solo. She says, "I'm not sure how I carry memory of those who came before me, at least in an exact or literal sense. Perhaps in remembering the power and brilliance of women fighting for change, women fighting to be seen, women fighting to be recognised as human beings endowed with the same value and entitled to the same rights as any man, I can find an antidote to the images of African women plaintively looking towards the West for a saviour. But I also feel that I am inextricably linked to a past and marked up by it on a cellular level, and I want to reach into that cellular memory and reside there for a while, in the service of what I don't always know. But I'm looking to reach into the space where I might be vibrating with some of those women from the past in a strange and true way." I'm going to leave it with that because no one's better at articulating it than Okwi.
Thank you, Tamsin. That was lovely. That was so interesting. So now we'll have a discussion between the three of you. Do you want to start with a question, Isabelle, or do any of the speakers have a question for one another? Because it was really wonderful how you brought out links between each other's pieces as well. It seems like there's some really fascinating links between your ideas.
I think I was quite struck by this idea of not necessarily different scales of protest, and how performance is used as this kind of assertive way of being seen, and using that as a means to then communicate sort of a bank of stored up gestures. And I thought what was interesting is that these were all kind of operating within spaces of constraint. So you've got, like, quite literally the constraint of a narrow street, or the constraint of the deck of a boat, or that kind of enclosure that Okwi is performing within as well, and how that is another way of, I mean, they're all stages, and the stage is necessarily a space of sort of directing a gaze towards that space. So I thought maybe we could maybe talk a bit more about sort of, and actually, I mean, everyone mentioned the importance of landscape in informing the gestures. So maybe we could speak a bit more about the setting itself, or use that as a kind of starting point. to open up a bit.
It was just an observation as you said that, is that there's also not restrictions, but there's the way in which you move that's really, I work with a really codified language, which within it sits within structures of the way the body should move within that codified language. And then you pick that up and then you put it somewhere else in a context. So, it's and I don't know how you even, I don't know how to articulate in some ways, but, you take a piece of Bharatanatyam and you put it in the middle of the Arctic in a space, because the gestures are very codified, the kind of the way of moving within that landscape is codified, but those gestures are not telling a story. Using that kind of codified language in an abstract way to express that sort of embodied feeling of being in a place. And there's something really interesting in what that, especially amongst the young people I've worked with, actually, it was very, very interesting to see the response within them and how it felt. And I was really intrigued because I just kept saying, well, what did that feel like? I just wanted to know. I didn't care how, I didn't even care about whether the gestures were right or whether it was in sync, it was meant to be synchronized, whether it stopped being important. And what it started to kind of trigger for me is actually, what does it feel like to move in that way, in that space, for how you feel? And kind of for me, it was really important that the young people registered that question in a way, that it was in their kind of thinking, or that this is what they were actually doing. And there's a lot of layers within which what they were doing. But in the simplest way, it was them moving with a codified language about something they felt in a place that they knew was shifting.
That's really fascinating, Sue, because I was going to ask about whether that being in that landscape felt like a mode of escape in some way as well. Like that it sounds like the body becomes sensible to us in that space in a totally different way to, say, the city, right? Where like actually it's sort of easy to sort of like deny, it's easy to kind of not think about it, right? The body becomes naturalized as we're in a crowd, and but for some people, like there's also the kind of threat of visibility as well. And so there's something about like I'm not like a pastoral thing, but just sort of about being in a totally different space that means that it's instinctive, right? Like it's almost a kind of reimagining of the body that's led, as you say, more by feeling rather than the kind of like codified sort of social meanings that are ascribed to bodies in other kinds of spaces.
Yeah. And I think the young people I was with did feel that sense of freedom, actually. No one was watching them. It was just us people. You're not being watched, you're just embodying. There is something about that they felt, because it was no longer about an audience or anything like that. It was just they moving. Okay, we filmed it, is because I was so fascinated, but it's not gone anywhere, it's not for anything. It was purely documentation. So there was something about that feeling. And also for me as a performer, as a dancer, it was incredible to just move in that place. And Siobhan Davis, who's a really kind of accomplished choreographer and this kind of contemporary choreographer, she created a really beautiful piece where she literally got a whole bunch of people to walk across. You would have seen actually photos of this on the Underground. I mean, it was 2010, it's about 10, 12 years ago, of just them walking in this Arctic landscape, because actually she said, that is all I wanted to do. That is what I want to do. I just wanted to walk. So she got a load of artists, I think, quite well-known artists who were there. I mean, I think people like Anthony Gormley were one of the artists on the trip, but is the idea is you just get a bunch of people to walk. And she said it was fascinating listening to them talk about what it felt like to walk across that space. So yeah.
I also wondered if you wanted to come back to this idea of everyday dancing. because I loved how Jack set up that quote at the beginning, and then it seemed to kind of highlight things in both Suba's and Tamsin's presentations. So maybe if either of you would like to speak to that.
Sorry, I seem to be talking all the time, but funny because again, going back to the language that I work with, everything is stylized. Like if I'm talking about traditional Bharatanatyam, there isn't an everyday. Or if it is, it's still a stylized way. You know, you don't, like eating, that's a stylized way of showing you eat. It's a very everyday thing, but everything is, there is a way to move in that way. Whereas I take that and I work in a contemporary way and I don't do storytelling as such, but within the abstract body, even within the form, everything is stylized. So I'm really interested in the everyday and a stylized version of the everyday. And I was really fascinated about when you were talking about that, Jack, about the walk, you know, the Marilyn Monroe walk versus, you know, somebody completely different doing that. And in Bharatanatyam, there is a walk, but it's a stylized walk. There is a way we learn to walk in the Bharatanatyam way. So I'm just really fascinated. I'd love to hear more about that, actually.
I think it's the thinking of everyday movement as a form of dance. I guess I feel ambivalent about it in a way. Like I love the idea of it, and think that it feels democratic in lots of ways, while also seeing how it could kind of be a mode of looking that is potentially damaging or sort of aestheticizes or sort of like categorizes people as well. But I do think that there is something radical about movement in that space, and often it is this kind of strange hybrid between unthinking and performed. And I think thinking of like Marilyn Monroe as one example is interesting, right? Because it does feel that one thing that's come up a lot already in the discussion and in your papers was about the body as a site of memory. But the walking body in the city is also a sort of repository of cultural memories, right? And of very various disparate sources. And I think that's what's kind of magical about somebody's walk, is the kind of idiosyncrasy that's both particular to them, but also imitative and like has sort of multiple sources. And I feel like that can also have a kind of radical potential, I think.
I think that's what I found so interesting in your paper, Jack, was how you did note that this kind of the sort of dangerous underside to when we talk about everyday movement, and how you mentioned that kind of codification, how you can collate and collect that walk to then actually become this sort of, you know, the Denby quote of something becoming slightly a cultural or racial categorization that then you know, is not this kind of utopian improvisation that is often spoken about, but can actually be used as quite a divisive category that also then, as you've said, you store up, and you will be unconsciously communicating regardless. So I thought that was, and I thought that photograph series of Christopher Street was a really fascinating example of this kind of encyclopedic sort of, I imagined it almost as like a Ed Ruscha kind of flick book of things you see on the street. And I can see some hands up from audience members. So I think I saw Elia's hand go up first, and then we'll go to Ilana. So hello, Elia.
Hi, thank you very much. My question is for Jack. It's a very interesting take on walking. I do a lot of work with Flannery, and I'm wondering if you found a structural difference between cruising and flânerie, as, for example, Walter Benjamin describes. And also, I'm curious if you came across a more gendered reading of cruising, women, because I mean, there's very little work on it. Lauren Elkin comes to mind, but little else. So kind of hoping to get some info from you. Thank you.
It's interesting. I think Mark Turner's book about cruising is really instructive for thinking about like how the cruiser and the flaneur are structurally different. And I think it's something to do with participation, that the erotics of cruising depends upon a glance being returned, whereas the flaneur is this, like, perhaps, you know, in theory, this kind of more intermediate figure who is both participant and not, who can kind of linger, who can be invisible, actually, like who can be both central and invisible. Whereas I think cruising, for me, I think is more about like being implicated by another. Like you feel yourself as subject and object, and that's an important part of sort of what's erotic about it. And I think the flaneur can operate with a different kind of visibility, maybe. I think some of the work I'm doing at the moment is precisely about queer women cruising in New York, and particularly Eileen Miles. And I think that their work is really instructive for thinking about those questions, because they write in Chelsea Girls and in a lot of their poetry precisely about seeking to perform gender in different ways, but always feeling that's being sort of diminished or restricted by just being visible in the street. And they use the word cruising quite a lot in their work, and so I've been thinking a bit about that, which is also related to being a trans body in the street as well, and precisely being misread or misapprehended, and the kind of violence of that. But there's, you know, I think there's also a risk of, like, a lot of the literature about lesbian cruising, as an example, talks about the fact that it doesn't exist, or that it's just not culturally visible. So I think there's a lot more work to be done that's thinking through those questions, and also like questions of safety and questions of like how women could inhabit the street erotically, in a manner comparable to what is like often just coded as gay and male, and actually depends upon a kind of privilege, really.
Great, thank you. And we have a question from Alana as well.
Myself, sorry. I've just unmuted myself. Can you hear me? Hi. My question is actually to Suba. But let me introduce myself. I'm a teacher of the Alexander technique, and I also teach movement, which can lead to a dance, but that's all I want to say. You are talking about the respecting of the human body, the structure, or I would call also the design of the human body. And when we see the way how we change our pattern of movement from babyhood through toddlers to adult, we notice that there is an enormous change in the way that we use ourselves, in the way we move, what leads us, what initiates the movement. And all these things are questions that I've been working on and sort of thinking about for many years now. And can you please explain to me how you see this design? How do you understand this design?
So if I can speak in terms of the form that I've been trained in, and in the way in which it's performed all the way, I've seen women in their 80s perform Bharatanatyam, and it's some of the most beautiful pieces of dance I've ever seen, because the form is a very physical dance form, and the way that the culture around it is that it is also about storytelling and embodying through the kind of the physicality of ourselves stories. But actually how we tell those stories changes with what we can do with our bodies. So as we get older, the way in which dancers move, so I watch women and men in their sort of 50s and 60s perform, and the way in which they perform the traditional dance form is very different. So I've seen women in their 70s will literally do a whole performance sat on the floor where just the upper body moves to tell the stories. And it's incredibly beautiful to watch because it's years and years of lived in life and experience that is shown through just the upper half of the body with gestures and the face. And it is incredible to watch. So for me, from my own sort of very personal, so I'm speaking very much from a perspective of a form that I've trained in a classical form. You know, you can dance that form, you can show ways of that form all the way through through and express it through your physical body as and how it is at that time, if that answers your question a little bit. And it's also the way in which we tell the story. So sometimes you will see the kind of form can be performed in ways that takes in the physicality of the dancer, so that it can be very carefully choreographed in the way in which we move. But there is something about, and more I know with contemporary dance, there are companies working with just older people that produce really incredible work, again based around the physicality and the way in which choreography is. So I think at the moment we live in a place where dance can be enjoyed through all sorts of physicalities, I think. Obviously working with inclusive bodies, I don't know if that answers your question.
So I have one more question, which is for Tamsin, but I just wanted to check if anyone else in the audience has any more questions. If you don't want to speak, you can also send us a message in the chat box. But if not, I will ask mine. So Tamsin, I was wondering, you showed this lovely picture of one of Okwi's works at the Grief and Grievance exhibition at the New Museum, and I was just wondering if you could speak any more about her work in relation to these themes of mourning and loss.
Yeah, I think, it's such a rich area for Okwi, but I think in terms of that grief, it's often contained in this sort of cultural landscape of violence. And I think, Jack, you've very beautifully articulated this in the way in which the gaze can be quite violent and how that manifests in the way in which the body remembers that and responds to it. And so for Okwi, she will often look at the ways in which everyday micro actions of dismissal, of objectification, of alienation that happens as being a very visible person in the community as a Black woman, how that is experienced and held within the body. And so within that particular exhibition, it was so brilliant being able to see a holographic presentation of her, because it traces the physical presence of her body through the recording and this ghost-like presentation of her within this screened off space. And that space is tiny for someone who's so tall, who has this enormous presence. So to be in this tiny, almost cage-like space and to be contained within that in this flickering hologram is quite an extraordinary way to present oneself. And I think, I always feel a bit apprehensive trying to articulate Okwi, because I know she does it so much better than anything that I'm saying right now. But when she's thinking about that, she's often thinking about not only the way in which violence has been enacted on her body, but also try to complicate the idea of a victim, that it's not just a one-way experience, that the person who is on the receiving end of this kind of violence is also participating in it, and maybe inflicting that on another person. So she troubles this, and she troubles the idea of innocence, particularly in feminine identity. But she also wants to create this as a space where there are characters in existence that's quite complicated and cannot be simply articulated. So she's very interested in the ways in which identity is troubled and can't be so neatly defined, that it is impermanent in a way.
I wondered also if you could maybe talk a bit more about her use of materials like the hologram or the mesh on the cage, because I know that she said about being interested in a story that, quote, leaks out of the body. And I was just thinking about obviously the body itself is porous, but the connecting this also with Suba and the use of water and these various materials that act as kind of vehicles of connecting. And yeah, I wondered if you could just talk a bit more about Okwi's use of those materials.
Yeah, so I think she has very precise explorations in materiality and how she wants the visible and the invisible to sort of interplay within those architectural experiences. So for Sitting on a Man's Head, there were very clear instructions on these two pieces of fabric that were meant to create a very particular kind of distracting pattern once they brush up against each other. And this idea of being able to protect those who are on the inside so that they're able to feel not so exposed and feel comfortable enough to be able to sing collectively in public, even though singing may not be something that they do every day, or speaking or whatever it is that they are participating and vocalizing in that moment. So there was a really interesting conversation about how we protect those people and give them that space, but also so that someone who's on the outside might be feeling quite curious about what's in the inside and how they might be able to participate, how they might feel invited to be a part of that, or to feel comfortable just to remain in the audience. But there is always this sort of blurring, this way of interrupting the visual space, so that when she's performing in Poor People's TV Room solo, there's an experience of not really being able to see what's going on, which resonates quite strongly with what I was talking about earlier with poetics, that she doesn't want this almost consumerist way of interacting. She's actively, through inserting herself within that space, she's actively trying to confuse the audience member and to force them into drawing their own conclusions that cannot be easily expressed. And maybe for me personally, I always felt like I came away from Okwi's performances asking more questions and never really being able to come at some fixed conclusion, which I suspect is exactly what she wants. She wants to show identity and individuality as being unfixed. And I think that is how it's articulated through this visual space and these materials and that hologram as well. These are all strategies to make sure that we as an audience member or potentially a participant, we're never able to really put our finger on exactly what's going on, which is both a way of creating safety, but also a little bit of chaos.
I think it would be, we've run a bit on, but I think it's a good time to end with this idea of becoming unfixed, because I think that's what everyone's sort of touched on it, whether it's the gesture of the ice then being left but then melting, or whether it's the kind of fleetingness of the street and the missed glances. And yeah, I think it's been lovely hearing everyone's presentations, and we said we'd be back at 11:50, so that will be about 5-minute break. And our next session will be on duets, and we've got four presentations for that section. So yeah, we can have a 5-10 minute break and see you all back here. And thank you so much, Jack, Suba and Tamsin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This session is called Duets and Dialogues, and our first presentation will be from Hélia. Hélia Marçal is a lecturer, researcher, and conservator based in London. She was appointed lecturer in Art, Materials and Technology at University College London's Department of History of Art in 2020. Before this appointment, she worked as a fellow in contemporary art conservation and research of the Andrew W. Mellon funded research project Reshaping the Collectible When Artworks Live in the Museum at Tate, and as a science manager at the Institute of Contemporary History. She has been the coordinator of the Working Group on Theory, History and Ethics of Conservation of the International Council of Museums Committee for Conservation since 2016. She holds a European doctorate from Nova University of Lisbon. She has published various articles and book chapters on conservation history and ethics, conservation of time-based media and performance art, embodied memories and the body archive, and participation of stewardship of cultural heritage, having been awarded the Taylor & Francis and Icon Outstanding Contribution Award in 2017. She co-edited a special issue on Portuguese performance art in 2016 and a book on archival practices in the performing arts in 2020. So after that amazing bio, it's a pleasure to introduce Hélia, who will be presenting a piece called Movement, Life, Performance.
Thank you so much, Hannah, for the very, very generous presentation. I was not expecting that. And thank you for having me here today. It's really a pleasure. Before we start, I would just like to say that the conference has been amazing so far, and that unfortunately I won't be able to join you for the duet part of the conversation in this panel, because I shouldn't say this if it's being recorded, but I'm having my first COVID jab today at lunchtime. So apologies for that, but it's for a good cause, I would say. And I'm now going to start sharing my screen. Okay, can everyone see the right screen? I'm always concerned that, okay, great. The other thing that I would like to say is that as much as possible, I will try to have no interruptions here, but this presentation is a child-friendly presentation, and I cannot guarantee that we won't have a cameo of someone who actually loves to dance and to move, even when it's not so good for us, and so welcome. So my presentation today is on movement and life and performance, and this is a bit of a speculative and a theoretical dance as well, in trying to understand how to conserve performance, which actually seems to be a conundrum. When I first started looking at this around 10 years ago, I was really drawn into the conservation of performance and dance, especially new dance, or the dance that was created after the 80s, because it seemed to be completely opposing each other. And today I would like to think with you about this topic and how conservation has been moved and has changed as well by its interaction with performance art and the performing arts in general. So I start by looking at some artworks that have somewhat found a way into museum collections, some of them to Tate as well, where I worked before. And I was so inspired by hearing Tamsin's presentation before and looking at the amazing work they did at Tate into 2020. And this is, of course, a restaging of a work by Trisha Brown, an equipment piece from 1968. And what we see in this restaging of works by Trisha Brown, but also by Simone Forti at MoMA, is that we are able to see how works inhabit different bodies into place of the museum. But that raises also a lot of issues about what is the actual place of these works in the museum and how they can create and recreate themselves in a museum or an institution that wants them to keep staying as they are, whatever that means. However, what we see with artworks in the performing arts, from music to dance to theater, is that the idea of repetition is not as complicated as we see in other works. I would even argue that the practice of repeating those works, that is where the complexity arises, because their delegated nature sometimes is not that visible, and it's not that delegated in reality when we are trying to make these artworks work in a museum or in an institutional space. This is another example. This is Roof Piece, also by Trisha Brown. You can see a pattern here. I really like Trisha Brown. And a Roof Piece, although first enacted in the 70s, we see a lot of different restagings, but curiously enough, they all occur outside of the museum. But outside of the museum doesn't mean outside of canonical institutions or outside of institutions that also bring up the legitimization of new forms of practice, as you could see here. And this is a video. I have here the screenshot of the website in case you want to see it, where we see in Pantin, France, a restaging of this same Roof Piece in 2015. And one of the things that really brought me to this topic, it's also seeing the ways in which the movement of these works somewhat to the museum also brought other forms that have a lineage that is a bit more sustaining the visual arts. And this is an example by Romain Dac, Measuring the Universe. This is a beautiful, beautiful piece. The visuality of this piece is amazing. And in this work, for those of you who don't know it, it measures the different visitors that come to the gallery, and composition on the wall with different bodies. And this is, of course, an installation if we want to really characterize it, but it's also an installation that depends on the performance of different bodies and tries to look at other forms of measurement that do not necessarily correspond to a technocratic world, that it's a bit more holistic, that also defies this idea that we are all the same or that we all look the same. And I'm very fond of the measurement of children or little humans or even small humans to really bring making visible the breadth of bodies and forms and shapes that we could have. And these artworks are still somewhat delegated, and we see that the performance can subsist also in different types of physicalities. But one of the things that also makes me really wonder what is the life of performance artworks in these institutions is when we look at artworks that are activist in nature. And I've spoken many times about this particular artwork because I'm pretty much obsessed with it at this time. And this artwork was created by a Brazilian artist called Silvio Meirelles. I had the incredible pleasure of interviewing him extensively for 4 days in 2013, and he was incredibly generous in his when he was talking about this work and other works that he's created. So this is an artwork that was created in the 1970s, and it's called Insertions into Ideological Circuits, and this is one of the iterations of that insertions, and this is called Project Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Coke Project. And in the 70s, for those of you who don't know, Brazil was under a very intense military dictatorship. So what Silvio Meirelles did with these works was he consumed Coca-Cola. And at the time, Coca-Cola was a symbol of the neoliberal capitalism that was actually associated to the military dictatorship, because this was a right-wing dictatorship. And after consuming these Coca-Colas, you would manipulate the bottle, creating etchings and imprints into the bottle, and then returning them to circulation due to the deposit system that existed in Brazil. It also existed in Portugal, from the place where I'm from originally, and I don't know if it exists in other places. I heard that it existed in other places as well. But for those of you who are not aware, you would receive some money back every time you returned the bottles. And so when he returned the bottles, as you can see here on the bottle that is on your right-hand side, the bottle would, all the etchings and drawings that he would introduce in the bottle would not exist. And so or it would not be so visible, if you want to say like that. But then when the bottle was returned to the factory and it would be filled, these messages that would have messages like Yankees go home or instructions on how to make a Molotov cocktail would return to circulation. So in this case, Silvio Meirelles' work was performing through the economies of circulation that were indeed also impacting his community greatly. So one of the things that this artwork that is now become an artifact, is now a sculptural piece, makes visible to me is how much performance, or this performativity, this underlying movement of works somewhat gets lost in the museum, or can get lost in the museum. And especially when these artworks have the primary interest of intervening in the public sphere, this raises a lot of concerns about what these artworks are and what they become once they get into the museum. So this brings these questions: how to reconcile the different temporalities and how to conserve them after the event. Is there life after life? But also, how can we understand movement of non-living things? And how can we conceive the performance art as a process of differing while also conserving this artwork? And so I'm now introducing to you a concept that I've been working on, trying to talk about and thinking about this conundrum and this really hard demand for life or vitality in a place that wants things to remain static, or not necessarily, right? And vitality, it's a concept that is based on feminist new materialisms. There is some roots in Erin Bergson, but particularly in Gilles Deleuze's reading of Bergson, but also, and most interesting to me as a feminist scholar and person, also in the writings of Elizabeth Gross and Rosa Braidotti. And also I want to recognize the legacy of Indigenous knowledge in this discussion, because this is very much embracing Indigenous knowledge cultures, and many times it's not recognized. So vitality or vitalism, it's a notion that recognizes the growing complexity of life, but it states the difference and the differing within the realm of the potential. So when we look at how this could play out in performance art, it recognizes performance art as a form of practice or it could recognize performance art as a form of practice that exists in its potential. And this is not exactly new. If we look at André Lepecky's ideas around the will to reenact, or even new materialist readings of performance that indeed talk about this idea of potential. But vitality, the thing that interested me the most in terms of conservation, is this idea of the ability of the performance artwork to exceed the status as object and manifest these traces of independence. And when we look at these traces of independence, of course, the first question that pops into my mind is, can artworks be autonomous or independent after they get into a collecting institution? And how does conservation participate in expanding or restricting the power of artworks to become something else? And how does such involvement respond to the aims of conservation? Because indeed, can a new form of understanding performance as a potential within the realm of conservation also change what conservation is about? And I really think it does, because in understanding conservation of performance as something that needs to maintain the potential of artworks and their independence to become something else than what we collected, we are inevitably recognizing the interconnectedness of these forms of practice and their complexity, and also their dependence on the effects and relationships that establish outside the collecting structure. So in this sense, if I can offer almost like a naive or more optimistic view of performance art, or even the collecting institution that I'm sometimes quite skeptical about, but I'm also very hopeful, we can even see the museum as a node of an ever-increasing network of things and beings, of effects at a planetary scale, or even to the scale of a specific microbe, and try to understand how performance art can really be understood as a potential for also the collecting institution to expand outside their roots and also outside of the realm. And so what this could mean, in my view, is to try to understand performance as open source. And in conservation of other forms of type-based media like electronic media, digital art, open source solutions have been found as being the most productive because they are the most sustainable and are also the ones that allow for more crowdsourcing of knowledge, while also maintaining the recognition of everyone that is involved in the process of making of a specific artwork or digital object in that sense. So in that sense, I believe that rehearsing this form of vitalism in practice could mean, in case of performance arts that enters these collecting institutions, renew models of ownership, not only in terms of knowledge and information and acknowledging the types of different knowledges that are important for maintaining a performance piece, but also of title, that for those of you who are not so aware, this is how in the museum context or the institutional context, we recognize the ownership of something. An institution needs to hold the title of that something. But I think this is also an opportunity. Performance art brings the opportunity to rehearse other forms of ownership in that regard as well, of co-ownership, or also about licensing, and that has already happening in some collecting institutions. And also, I would like to inquire, what does an open source model of conservation of performance art looks like? As for conservation itself, I think handling performance art, or even thinking with performance art, as really open conservation field to this idea that conservation is a social practice, and it's more about recognizing everyone who's involved in the making of a piece than trying to statically maintain it or try to pin down what the artwork is. It is more about accepting the changes in artworks and also fostering their possibility to change. And so I think even if performance is not necessarily yet taking advantage of the full tools that conservation can bring, conservation is certainly being changed and positively changed by the opportunity of interacting with the amazing artists and communities of practice that make these artworks. And so that's it. These are my 2 cents for today. I hope I didn't pass too much the time, but I hope not.
Thank you, Julia. That was wonderful. And I think that idea of thinking with performance art is something that will carry really nicely through this panel in terms of the different fields that people are coming from in this discussion. I just wanted to ask if anyone in the audience or on the panel has any questions for Hélia whilst we have her here, as she is unable to join the discussion later. So feel free to just turn your mic on or pop a message in the chat if you do.
Or you can also contact me afterwards if you have any questions. And I'm really sorry that I cannot stay for the chat. I would love the opportunity, but there's nothing I could do.
No, it's a good reason, don't worry.
Yeah. Okay, well, if no one has any immediate questions, yeah, it would be great if you could just pop your email in the chat, because I know that I will probably come up with lots of things I want to ask you in a bit.
All right. Thank you, God. Bye-bye. Have a lovely conference. Bye-bye.
Okay, so our next speaker is going to be Clair. So Clair is the King Edward VII Professor of English Literature at University of Cambridge, and she's a keen, if not very proficient, jazz dancer. She's set up an interdisciplinary workshop with colleagues in Cambridge to explore the question, what do we write about when we write about dance? And I have had the privilege to join that group, and that's also where I met Jack. And there have been some really interesting discussions, so I'm very thankful for that. She's a frequent contributor to the London Review of Books and New York Review of Books, and she's published several of her own books, her most recent being Lovers and Strangers, An Immigrant History of Post-War Britain, and it's published by Penguin. So Clair's paper is called The Old Coat, Some Brief Reflections on Dance, Plot and Itinerancy. And I do believe I have your presentation, Clair, so I will share that now.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm hopeless at both reading on screen and sharing. I have no idea how one does it. You need 2 eyes or 2 places. So I want to talk a little bit about my own very amateur dance practice in relation to some issues around cultural memory, plot, and itinerance. And my first slide there is a song from a late Victorian popular song that might have been sung in any of the major cities in America, popularized during the Chicago World's Fair of 1893. It's about a young man reading the plot wrong. Once a young maiden climbed on an old man's knee, begged for a story. Do, uncle, please. Why are you single? Why live alone? Have you no babies? Have you no home? Thinking his girl is faithless because she dances with another, he gets the plot wrong, and the song relays the consequences of this misreading for him, and apparently for lots of others, in a life lived solo. My second slide is from a poem by Paul Muldoon about abandoning the kind of life that the uncle in the song never got to inhabit. It's a poem Muldoon wrote after leaving his early marriage in the late 1970s. And again, it's about plot, a plot of land and the marriage plot. Brownlee has everything a man could want or need, surely. He has a secure house and a farm of land. But he abandons it all, and though the poem doesn't exactly tell us why, it allows us to guess. I'm just going to read the sestet of the sonnet. By noon, Brownlee was famous. They had found all abandoned, with the last rig unbroken. His pair of black horses, like man and wife, shifting their weight from foot to foot and gazing into the future. Brownlee, which actually means brown meadow, so at some level Brownlee disappears into his own ploughed field. He leaves his horses like man and wife behind. He abandons his marriage, and one of the reasons why is hidden in the final lines. Those horses shifting from foot to foot and gazing into the future. Partly it's a kind of joke about poetic feet and the lines of the poem, like plough lines, petering out, not coming to any conclusion. But it's also an image, I think, of dancing on the spot, dancing to keep up with yourself, but not moving forward. Dance is a metaphor in both these lyrics, but it works as a metaphor because it also does something to plots and to us as humans in the narrative of our own lives. I'm interested in the way dance figures as part of plot, and particularly the plot of courtship, marriage, family, and generation, as we encounter it in stories and in real life. We may be beginning to see the loosening of the grip of this kind of plot under pressure from new family forms, new ways of living, alone and with others. But the heterosexual family story has held sway for several centuries, and plot-wise, under the various guises of Bildung, romance, family saga. It's a ruthless genre that has depended on the sacrifice of everyone not suited or not willing to take part, and dance has played its part in that ruthlessness. I just ask you to think for a moment, throughout the 19th century novel, Austen, Flaubert, dancing is central to decisive moments in the plot, changes of direction. Lizzie Bennet and Darcy not dancing, Knightley asking Harriet to dance in Emma, Emma Bovary not knowing how to dance, but dancing anyway. So often, dance seems to be on the side of unfolding time. It gets us nearer the sense of an ending. But dancing also interrupts plot. It introduces delay to destiny, refuses meaning, figures abandon. Bearing some of these ideas in mind, I want to offer a short piece of writing about marriage and farming plots, and one alternative to them, which I'm going to call itinerance, an improvisatory refusal of the institutions of marriage and the family. And in this piece, I'm trying to think about jazz dance in relation to autonomy. And although this is probably not a useful or the right term, but anonymity. And I've got a little image for you to look at while I'm reading. It's from the painter Abidor Arica, from his set of illustrations to a Beckett text from 1973 called In the Distance, a Bird. And here is my bit of writing. My mother laughed and said they ploughed their way across the dance floor. They wore their heavy work boots. It was 1948 and she was turning 18, dancing at the town hall with her neighbours, the farmers, the labourers, the townies and the farmers' sons. Afterwards, she cycled the 4 miles home under the stars with the Neal sisters and their cousins, and sometimes with one of her brothers. Once, the girls got a lift into town in the back of a van and had to go giggling in to Mina Cadigan, the seamstress in town, to iron out the creases from their clothes. It was Mina who made my mother's dress. It was before she went to England. Or it was the early 50s and she was home for the summer, by which time she had danced on other floors with partners wearing thinner soles and with a softer tread. One of the nicest things that anyone ever said to me was on the dance floor. I was out dancing at the Bishopsgate Institute in London. Built in the 1890s on Art Nouveau and arts and crafts principles for the education of the urban poor, the original sprung wooden floor of the large lecture hall is a dancer's dream. And before the virus closed everything down, I used to go there a couple of times a month on a Friday or a Sunday night and dance to live bands playing big band music or gypsy jazz. You put on your red shoes as David Bowie instructs, but you don't wait to be invited. You scan the hall for people standing on the side and you take your chance. On this particular occasion, I had asked a young man to dance, and when he responded graciously, his accent told me he was not British. When the music started, it was a slowish, drawn-out number on the outer edge of swing, and my partner was a joy to dance with. The push of his hand when he invited me to spin was firm but open. I began to take real pleasure in the dance, introducing decorations, elaborating steps where he gave me space, and sometimes refusing his invitation to step, so that we were poised for a moment, as though held in air, before we fell again into movement. As the music ended and we pulled away, he said, "Do you dance tango?" I worried he was going to suggest we tango to the next tune, which frankly would have been weird. "No," I explained, "I'd done a tiny bit of tango, but I was certainly not proficient." "Because," he said, "sometimes when you dance the tango, it can seem that you are wearing your partner like an old coat." An old coat. I hugged his words to myself for months afterwards. An old coat is a habitat, worn, familiar, suitable, an extension of the wearer. My old coat, the one I love best, is of greenish grey felt, and it has lost its original buttons. I bought it more than 10 years ago in a shop near Camden Passage, and for 5 or 6 winters I wore it every day until it began to wear through at the collar and the cuffs. I shouldn't wear it to go anywhere nice anymore, but sometimes I do anyway. It feels like an extra layer of myself. It is imprinted with me. It felt good to be likened to an old coat because it meant that, just for a moment, I'd mastered the art of being an extension of someone else, moving with their movements, not snagging on anything. I was something different from their self-identical body, but in harmony with it. I'd disappeared enough to belong to a stranger and to belong to them in an old, accustomed way. Of course, that isn't enough in dancing. Your partner doesn't want to have to drag you around the floor like an old piece of clothing. You need to fit together and fit comfortably, but you also have to refuse them, to resist, hang back, improvise, create. It's all about a continual yes and no with your partner. You have to be in order to be able to disappear. Nonetheless, I knew that this experience of no longer being quite myself was something I looked for in dancing. It wasn't exactly the desire to be a thing, and certainly not a masochistic desire to be treated as a thing, but a desire to attain the condition of thingliness, to be able to thing in oneself and in communion with others. Dancing is one way of playing with the fault line between being something and being nothing, between having an identity and being able to abandon it. It can become a way of becoming unknown to yourself, not by holding on, but by letting go. An old coat has an identity, certainly. You know it when you see it hanging on its hook and you think, oh yes, I'll wear that. That will be just right for today. That will fit and fit comfortably. But if you become someone else's old coat, you are not quite them and you are not yourself either. It's like love or the best kind of sex. In becoming a possession, you are just a little bit dispossessed. For if I can be a coat, then a coat can surely be me. One of the things this might mean is that the me I carry around in everyday life is actually something I can let drop. It's a habit, something that can be thrown on and off and maybe even carelessly. We can choose to abandon ourselves and become someone or something else. Or that's the fantasy. There's a vast difference between the kind of dispossession that you might experience on the dance floor or in love and dispossession in everyday life. The pleasure to be had in being unmade by moving to music or by the touch of another is an escape from being in general. And there is something grotesque about attributing a comparable freedom to people who've been stripped of real belongings and settled homes. Yet we do it all the time. The romance we associate with the solitary traveller, the ascetic or the pioneer, seeps into our attitudes towards nomadic existence, itinerancy, and even homelessness. What's the difference between emancipation and dispossession? Asked the poet and philosopher Fred Moten. And the question seems outrageous until we realise that what he's saying is not the downtrodden are free, but no subject, and he's talking particularly about Black subjects, no subject is free unless and until they accept a radical form of dispossession. That is why the settled are in love with itinerance and anarchy, although we can't admit it. Safely bound and contained, we're as much drawn to abandonment as we are fearful of it. The meaning of the word abandon holds this secret inside itself. It once meant to be contained within bounds, borders, laws, and bans. It meant to surrender to control and to be held, as we might be held by another in a dance. We seek to abandon ourselves, give ourselves up, follow our impulses, give in to our desires, because we are held within bands, including the bands of marriage and the plot of family life. Now the meaning of the term abandonment has been turned inside out. It means to say no to the rules, to consequences, and good behaviour. Men abandon their lovers, mothers abandon their babies, ambitious people and politicians abandon their friends. Abandoning others is always coded as bad, but so too is abandoning oneself, giving in to desire, stepping out of bounds. The settled are fearful of the itinerant because they dissolve and unsettle borders, reminding us that there may be another way to be a person than to be a prison. And just to finish, one more slide. They have no home life whatever, yet at the same time, they are so free, says an Englishman in a suit, a businessman, of the construction workers he employs to build the motorways and underground tunnels in a film about Irish labourers in England made in 1965. I have watched that film again and again, and others like it, looking for a glimpse of my mother's brothers in their heavy work boots, ploughing their way across the fields and construction sites of England. Because not long after those town hall dances, my uncles asked my mother to find them digs in London, in East Ham to be precise, though it wasn't long before they moved on, sometimes together, sometimes separately, until they effectively disappeared. They left the family, the farm, the neighbours, the familiar landscape, and an entire way of life, and began living undocumented, itinerant lives in London and the surrounding counties. They weren't displaced people or refugees without a choice. They were, rather, men who chose to abandon their livelihoods in favour of something more like merely living. They refused ownership, partnership, responsibility, and even a future. Did they know what they were doing? They let one habit drop and abandoned it for another. Or they tried to. I get that they weren't dancing, and yet there persists for me a nagging sense of connection between the abandon they sought in becoming unknown, a body unclothed of its familiar identity, and my own. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Claire. That was absolutely captivating. Yeah, brilliant. And next, we're going to show a work created for us by Sanna. So, Hannah, if you could introduce Sanna.
So, Sanna Helena Berger is an artist who works with performance, choreography, installation, video, text, and sound. And she is currently in the process of releasing a concept album with Cherche Encore, where sound, text, and choreography create a movement. And if you refer to the program, there is a wonderful text written by Sanna talking about her practice of working with the archive and a body of work and the body as a motor, which is really wonderful, and I would really encourage reading. But now we're going to show a work. And this is called A Dialogue with the Archival Body, a reference to monumentality.
bad pains, and now we did it the second time, and she's really achy. She's still running. I appreciate it.
This is the haircut. No, it's you.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Like, but you know what they are, how they are, or how they stay up, and then
Thank you so much, Sanna, for that work, or that process in process. It's fascinating to see, and I'm really looking forward to talking about it after our last presentation, which will be from Lisa. Lisa is a researcher focusing on contemporary performance from the late 1960s. She's currently completing her PhD entitled Dressaged Animality, Human and Animal Actors in Contemporary Performance at Royal Holloway, University of London. And she's finalising the co-edited special issue Balancing Acts of the journal Platform. She has been a visiting lecturer at Royal Holloway and Kingston School of Art since 2017. She also works as a freelance critic and has recently co-edited the special issue Humanism After the Human of Photography and Culture. She holds an MA in History of Art from UCL and has completed the Bavarian MA program as thesis. So, hello, Lisa.
Hi, can you see me and you can hear me as well? That works now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, hopefully it stays. Okay, I'm trying to share my screen with you as well to show you the PowerPoint presentation.
Great, you should have access to. Perfect.
Can you see it?
Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
You can just see the PowerPoint and then I'm going back to my talk. So first of all, thank you so much for this invitation to speak here and to participate in the conference. It's a real pleasure. And it has been super fascinating and stimulating so far to think more about dance and embodied practices. And I think my talk is really well situated within the Duets section, but I also want to say that I'm taking probably a more critical stance and distance view onto the production and staging of dance performances than some of the other papers that we've heard. And the talk that I'm giving today is based on an article, a peer-reviewed journal article that is forthcoming, and it's a couple of snapshots of a longer work that I've done. The title is The Critique of Institutional Dressage, Mike Kelly and Kate Footy's Pantomime Horse Dance. So here we see an image of the dance. During the events of the global financial crisis of 2007-8, Rosalie Goldberg commissions Mike Kelly to exhibit his satirical pantomime horse dance performance live as part of a ticketed 75 minutes event at the iconic Judson Church Theatre in New York as part of the performance biennial Back to Futurism, which was the 3rd edition, which Rosalie Goldberg curated. The dance is part of a longer musical that Kelly exhibited before As Day Is Done, which was a multimedia performance installation at Gagosian Gallery in New York, 2004. So a couple of years before he actually staged it live. In the dance, we see a pink baby and pink baby blue pantomime horse cheerfully performing a comical pas de deux to a jingle bell musical rhythm. The horseless horse dance is one of the 6 choreographies that the Croatian choreographer Kate Fully made for Kelly's musical. And the musical, in a nutshell, it's a really long narrative, but it critiques American local folk entertainments and social rituals and transforms it into a critical critique of that. I've uploaded the video. Let's see if that works, just to give you a short impression of the rhythm. So I need to go to share my different screen. Here. Can you see the YouTube video?
Yeah, that's great.
Sorry, the connection is very slow. Okay, I think I'm going to leave this, but you hear the music and you can see what it looked like. Yeah, okay, so I'm glad that worked so far. Okay, so to make the performance, Kelly hired Kate Foley to make the dance pieces based on photographs that he found in old high school yearbooks and local newspapers, so found imagery. And he, over the years, he collected these photographs at his studio in California, Pasadena. Oh, I need to share my other screen with you, sorry. So the dance is based on photographs that Kelly archived, and he grouped them together according to different sections. And the horse dance comprises of 2 parts. It's number 32C, the Judson Church horse dance. And that one, we haven't seen this one yet. It shows the rehearsal of the same performance. It's the same choreography. It's performed by 4 female dancers who are dressed in their very casual Judson Church training clothes. And then number 2, so number 32, number A, Horse Dance of the False Virgin, is the one that we've seen with the costumes. And they strongly recall the aesthetics of Kelly's stuffed animal objects that he made earlier. And to make the choreography fully, who was commissioned to make it, she went to CalArts, where she met Kelly, and there she trained with Yvonne Rainer herself, with Simone Forti, but also mixed the choreography up. So she only had this image. She didn't know any of the choreographic steps, and she then incorporated popular dance steps such as tap dance, and also drew on circus acts and from variety shows, pop music videos, anything that, oh yeah, it went through. Here we see the below image is the rehearsal, the recorded version. And for anyone of you who is interested in seeing the whole piece, there's also a DVD available, and it's a really, really nice piece. Okay, so, and the pas de deux formation that this popular American image also shows resonates with the tradition of ballet, where you have a female and male couple, but also with equestrian events. And Foley's choreographic appropriation, to use Randy Martin's term, represents acute and zany aesthetics, pantomime aesthetics, that is utterly comical. And I'm drawing here on Siane's aesthetic categories of the cute and zany, to stress that the Kantian sublime approach towards aesthetics has been transformed by the hyper, so I'm quoting her, transformed by the hyper-commodified, information-saturated, performance-driven conditions of late capitalism, quote end, to artistic performances, and artistic performances operate in response to the changing socioeconomic infrastructures of production. In this paper, I conceived of the collaboratively made pantomime horse dance as an institutionalized dressage performance, and discussed the increasing incorporation of artistic dance performances into the neoliberal dressage operations of the cultural industry. According to Henri Lefebvre, the practice and performance of dressage implies the acceptance of values that are taught, I'm quoting, to learn a trade by following the right channels, but also to bend oneself, to be bent to its ways. Humans break themselves in to dress like animals, quote end. And I draw on Lefebvre's, again, to a theory of self-dressage, as it gives way to artistic, institutionalized, and economic dressage. And the animals in this dance lead to my argument that if artistic performance works stem from the artist's embodied human animality, that they can, despite being institutionalized, project the general social critique of the culturally ingrained dressage operation within the work performs. And it's the entanglement of the societal and the self-dressage that I will explore through this case study. So the incorporation of artistic life performances into the institutions of contemporary art has, at the turn of the century, also went hand in hand with the changing function of the Visual Art Museum. Steve Lütticher notes that this move is a product of late capitalist expansion that stages artistic performances as live spectacles. And the increased interest and exhibition of artistic live dance performances holds in this sense a mirror onto our neoliberal attention economy, which is upheld by an organizational and economic scaffold. If we move to the next slide.
I don't actually have the slideshow. I just found the images you sent before. It didn't come through.
Okay. Sorry,
I
didn't see this.
Improvised.
Okay, thanks, man. Okay, so Kelly's continuous critique of how artists perform their human animality under the condition of economic dressage in a commodity form also refers back to art, or rather dance history. It mimics the costumed dancing horse formation from Jean Cocteau's avant-garde ballet Parade Ballet Réaliste from 1917. And Parade, I have an image of that pantomime horse, which looks very similar, but you can't see it now, unfortunately. Parade tells the story of the story of a circus performers who make a popular variety performance rehearsal open to the public on the streets to generate an audience for their then ticketed performance. And in the dance piece from 1917, an avant-garde piece, one of the three circus managers falls off this pantomime horse in a cubist style during the rehearsal process, and then in the performance we actually just have a riderless pantomime horse, but the horse is capped and has to perform its dressage. And the writer Jeremiah Apoulier notes in Parade's program that this created this surrealistic performance effect on the stage. Similarly to how Parade's pantomime horse performed its invisible animal spirits, because you couldn't see the people underneath it, Foley's choreography similarly points towards the tensions between dressage and animality. The horse dance zany aesthetics, to again borrow Ney's term, is fueled by economic as well as by aesthetic human-animal necessities. Zaniness, Ney suggests, describes, I quote, politically ambiguous intersections between cultural and occupational performance that operates between, quote again, acting and service, playing and laboring. It is an aesthetics of action that connects, quote again, popular and avant-garde practice across a wide range of media. Operating in between play and labor, Ney suggests that the zany performer once dramatizes his refusal to be productive, but then he is also passionately, quoting, committed to his work, and nonetheless operates as a service provider. It is the ambiguousness of Kelly's and Foley's dance piece that underpins that contemporary performances have over the past 20 years increasingly become institutionalized entertainment spectacles, and nonetheless their labor acts are not system relevant. The comparison between the two versions of the horse dance, one's performed in costume and the other in training clothes, it relates back to Yvonne Rayner's aesthetics, as I've already mentioned, and Foley, her choreography emerges as a critique of Rayner's dance style, of this self-institutionalized dressage that, looking back almost 50 years, because it has been commercialized, it has been exhibited all over again in different institutions, performed by other people. And then I had 2 more slides with a visual comparison where we see Yvonne Rainer performing her renowned Trio A, where she imitates the arabesque, but in a very simplistic, minimalistic form. So instead of having a female body lifting her upper leg to a straight line and her upper body being upright, Yvonne Rainer really bends down her upper body. I think most of you probably know this really lovely black and white grainy photograph. And in Kelly's piece, you have the same, but with this satirical horse costume. Yes, and Yvonne Rainer herself called this work, it was a work-like aesthetics. And this brings me to another piece by her, which also resonates with the pantomime piece, it's a part of her evening-long performance, The Mind is a Muscle, from 1968, performed at the Anderson Theatre in New York, where in a piece called Horses, she had 6 female performers dance together, and in the background there was a large photograph projected onto the wall where a group of gazelles run through the Sahara. And her 6 performers in the center of the stage, they at first appear like alienated performers. They have their heads bent down and they don't really move a lot. And then you have the sound of hooves of horses coming in, and then they start to randomly run across the stage, but all directed into, so it was choreographed, but it was more about the herd dynamics, so the social activity that was going on the stage that they performed in contrast with the animals' movement. And that kind of really challenges the idea that a choreography doesn't derive from natural movement. So it's this improvisational character that was also very strong in Yvonne Rainer's practice, although it's not very much read like that. If you say, for example, Anna Harper, with whom she studied and with whom she had a really close exchange as well, and they wrote letters to each other, and that question of how much improvisation is part of choreography was really something that preoccupied her. And this then leads me to the next step, which is the question of alienation. So how much does an artistic performance actually feed on self-alienation to produce a new choreography and a new language, a new dance aesthetics, or this entanglement, basically. So while Rainer really kicked off in the 1960s, a tendency and gesturing towards a possibility of artistic de-alienation, Kelly and Foley's pantomime horse parodies about 40 years later that Rainer's work has been heavily commercialized, which was certainly not what she initially had in mind when doing the work. And Kelly and Foley's satirical critique also the exceptional fetish character of her work. And as a dance performance is a form of artistic labor as it exchanged as an art commodity, it also produces cultural and economic selfless values. Kelly's and Foley's horse dance approaches artistic production by critiquing artistic self-extraction, the application of self-alienation of their human-animal needs to generate first human and then capitalist values. Foley and Kelly are therefore not merely interested in creating a new form of dance like Rainer did in the 60s, I would suggest, but they are rather interested in staging a critique of this institutionalized dressage which has emerged since the 60s and to which they are subjected themselves. At Performer, the presentation of the 2 horse dance versions, first as a rehearsal performed in casual clothes and then as a satirical fancy dress performance, stresses that contemporary dance has been subsumed into the visual art market structures around the turn of the 21st century, as well as that artistic critique has been absorbed into the same structures. And this prompts me to recall the underlying question of my talk. How did Kelly and Foley present their artistic agencies in and as a pantomime horse dance? Because they both also didn't perform themselves, so they created this, they produced it. As their dance operates between the object character of art and is yet a reified and commodified artistic performance, the work reinforces, and I use Zizek's description here, that contemporary artists undergo, quote, a radical self-objectification, in contrast to the 1960s, where artists can be conceived of having performed more radically to work against this object character, and when artists turn towards making dematerialized art. What is also important to stress that the horse dance was again reproduced for performer as a live event, although it already existed as a recorded video work, and also existed on DVD already. And they are productively recycling of historical dance and art material, and their self-critique implies therefore both self-alienation and affirmation. That's what I'm suggesting. And on a final note, I want to recall Hal Foster's recent warning that artistic production today is prone to redoubling, to use his word, the nihilism of an alienated society. If we consider artistic critique as a form of creative artistic practice, then I want to close with making the suggestion that human animality is therefore implicit even in artistic dressage performances. And their staged dancing animals in Kelly's work here points towards the ironic possibility that we can, at least imaginatively, free ourselves from culturally ingrained capitalist dressage operations in which live dance and performance also operates. So yeah, that was it.
Thank you so
much. Wonderful. I'll stop sharing my screen. Great. Thank you for that. That was wonderful.
So where we've now run into our lunch a little bit, but it would be great to just have a quick discussion amongst panelists. I also know that Rachael Davies is here and she's worked with Sanna quite a bit, so it'd be great if she could maybe join in with this discussion as well. So yeah, if anyone in the audience as well has any questions, please raise your hand or just add it into the chat box. Right.
I do have a question for Sanna, actually, if that's okay. I can just start off.
Yeah.
Just pop my video on. And Sanna's in the chats in the call somewhere, I assume. So I was thinking about this work and sort of on entering your own archive or revisiting your old work. You focus in on selected material from your archive, which in a sense sort of creates another archive. So you create archives from selecting particular material from your own archive. And I really like the sense of multiplicity of narratives that can emerge from this. It seems really sort of interesting and non-linear and sort of resists in some ways what an archive might be. And so I had two questions really. One, which is how did you come about thinking of your archival body of work? How did that process start for you? And also secondly, and this relates a bit to what Hélia was speaking about in her presentation, I wonder how you might perceive your work within the institutional archive. So for example, you know, on your work entering the institutional archive, how does that maybe change your perception of the work, or what does that mean for your work and your archive? Yeah, any thoughts on that would be really interesting.
I don't know if Sanna actually will be participating in the conversation because she produced a text which appeared at the end of the video, which I think was sort of there to then speak for the work itself. And it's quite nice actually that it does inevitably open up so many questions that we're sort of chasing for answers and not able to get. So I'm sure.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, it is a sort of opening of some of those questions, and I think quite a few people have touched on that, whether it's the structure of language or the institutional framing of work, and how dance in particular and performance can work through that, or work with it, or resist it in some way. Yeah, so maybe someone else has a question as well.
Well, maybe we could redirect that slightly to Lisa, if you're still there, Lisa, because I think that was a really nice element that came out in everyone's presentation, was this idea of some things being lost but other things growing, and how the institution might support some things and not others. So maybe Lisa has some more to say about this.
Yeah, I think sorry, I still can't switch on this video. I don't know why. I think that's an interesting point, because as we see more and more performance being displayed in visual art museums, the question is definitely also what we've heard before when Tamsin spoke about the Tate performance, is how a collaboration between curators and artists then emerges and brings forward this new language. So it is about this discourse that's already institutionalized, and I think we could still focus a lot more about that new language and this new approach. I don't want to say it's a new genre, but it's definitely moving away from what we've understood as performance art, or what we understood as dance, as working with traditional dance techniques. So for me it really sits in between visual art and performing arts, and I personally see a lot of potential in there.
I think it's interesting that all of these presentations have been sort of working within and also breaking out of organizational structures. So be that what Claire was speaking about in terms of plot and narrative plot, and how improvisation can maybe forge a break in that. And then we've got Sanna and her sort of improvising with the archive and building upon it, and sort of not being subsumed into it, but sort of, you know, playing with that relationship. And then we've also got the institution. So we've got all these frameworks and this kind of interesting precarious balance between being in a sort of duet with it, or sort of being contained by it, or breaking out of it. So it's been interesting to see those kinds of rhythms emerging. I also thought maybe we could speak a bit about becoming, about objects. Claire mentioned about this notion of becoming a possession, and that sort of tension between becoming a possession and dispossession. Hélia also mentioned about performance, how we need to think of it as exceeding the status of the object. Lisa, you were also mentioning sort of radical self-objectification. And it seems like Sanna's also dealing with her past work as sort of material to be rearranged, which actually is the title of a work by Siobhan Davies, who we mentioned earlier. So maybe if anyone wanted to sort of speak more about objectification, possession, dispossession, that would be interesting.
I'll have a go.
Thanks.
One of the things that I think I haven't worked out in what I'm trying to think about is the relationship between becoming an object or a possession and becoming anonymous. Mm-hmm. And for me, I think there's something really important to grasp in there, and I haven't grasped it yet. It's still very much something I'm trying to work through. But with the kind of marriage plot and dance as moving coupledom on, as it were, we're working with a kind of post-romantic or post-romantic version of dispossession through love or sex or whatever. And I'm trying to think, partly via Fred Moten, whose work I think is just incredibly rich and interesting. He has this phrase, refusing what is refused to you.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of, I guess it's a kind of embrace of being the non-subject. But I think it's very tricky. I'm aware of the trickiness of trying to, because he's talking about Black subjectivity, the social life of Black things is what his big trilogy is all about. And, you know, I'd be quite interested in what people think about whether that can be brought into another area. I'm thinking about, I'm also find it's a struggle for me. Most of my work has been around women and women's bodies, and this is a kind of identification, a carrying of a memory of a male body, my uncles, that I'm trying to access, or Irish men in general, Irish itinerant men. And I'm not quite sure what I'm saying, except that I think there's a lot of difficulty with smushing these things together. And yet I really feel it's important that it's tried, that we think of being an object or being a thing we try and think of it in this mode of refusal of subjectivity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that made any sense.
It did. Does anyone have anything to reply to Claire, or any points from that? Otherwise, it might be time to just take a quick lunch break, and we can continue conversations from the duet in our discussion about group work.
Yeah.
So
I think it'd be lovely if Lisa and Claire wanted to join those discussions as well. I think there's some things there about her dynamics and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Okay, so we'll be coming back at what time?
Should we move it to 2:10 because we've run over?
Yeah, that would be great. And thank you, everybody, for this panel. It's been really interesting, and I'm looking forward to the next one. Through this paper, I hope to provide an opening to consider Chisenhale's position within the new dance movement, and moreover, its contribution to artistic practice. I would say that it is in this part of Chisenhale's early history that a convergence of visual art, theatre, and dance practice and sentiment occurs, and this is what makes it particularly interesting in the context of this conference. And here's a really lovely image by Rose English from New Dance magazine. So where to start? To take the opening line of Archive Fever by Derrida, let us not begin at the beginning, because where is the beginning? Does Chisenhale's history begin with the acquisition of the space in 1980, or with the official opening of the space to the public in 1984? I would argue that Chisenhale's history is rooted in a long line of developments in artistic practice, specifically those who founded Chisenhale, developments and influences in the field of dance and visual art, and social political developments in Britain. Chisenhale's history has multiple entry points and narratives. This short paper only attempts to highlight a small part of its history and is by no means extensive. I will start with some relevant examples from Chisenhale's prehistory through to examples of early work being produced and the context in which this is situated. The decade leading to Chisenhale's formation is a decade of firsts within the dance field. It is also a decade of significant political and social events in Britain, which contributed to the context in which Chisenhale later emerged. So I will begin by highlighting what I have identified as some key events leading to the formation of Chisenhale. So I will begin in 1976.
In 1976, the X6 collective, comprising of Emmeline Clade, Mady Dupre, Fergus Early, Jackie Lansley and Mary Prestige, was formed and made its home at X6 Dance Space in Butler's Wharf, also home to other artistic collectives, including Derek Jarman. A countercultural collective comprised of mostly ex-ballet dancers, X6 was critical of the highly gendered and hierarchical structures of ballet and provided a space for new emerging practices. This was supported by a feminist framework which critically examined all aspects of ballet, from production to teaching and the hierarchical predisposition of the industry. X6 was radical and organised himself as a collective, taking influence from the models of other second-wave feminist collectives also emerging at that time. In this year, the Association of Dance and Mime Artists, or what came to be known as ADMA, was also formed. ADMA was an activist group that gave vital support and agency to independent dance artists. And pictured here is a photograph taken by Jeff White at X6 in its first year at Butler's Wharf. It looks like some sort of gymnastics or workshopy thing. The following year, New Dance magazine was founded by the X6 collective. So for some context on this, until this point, nearly all of published dance history in the UK was largely a history of ballet, an androcentric history. Thus, New Dance magazine provided a vital platform for new ideas about dance practice and theory, influenced by feminist politics. Contributors to the magazine were largely dance artists, but also academics and those working in the emerging field of dance studies. New Dance became part of the network of subcultural magazines produced at that time, including feminist magazines such as Spare Rib and Shrew. The New Dance movement took its name from the magazine, and thus my study of the movement is framed by the magazine's running, which is 1977 to 1988. ADMA Festival, which is also known as One Dance UK now, was also founded this year, with the first festival taking place at Action Space in London. 1978 saw the first London performance by Steve Paxton and Lisa Nelson at X6 Dance Space, the first Dance Umbrella Festival at the ICA and Riverside, and the first Dance at Dartington Festival organised by Mary Fulkerson, both of which would become important events in the dance and performance calendar. Significantly, these American postmodern practices introduced techniques of contact improvisation and release to the UK. And here's a photo of a workshop by Steve Paxton at Dartington College of Art, and this probably would have been a contact improvisation workshop. So the 70s in the UK had been a decade of economic decline, industrial conflict, political instability and social unrest. But it was also a decade of resistance, activism, uprising, and here I'm referring to the women's liberation movement, Black Power movement, the miners' strikes and the gay liberation movement. The 70s was also a pivotal moment in British dance history. The formation of X6 Dance Space, ADMA, New Dance magazine and Mary Fulkerson's work at Dartington were fundamental in providing support for independent dance artists and an outlet for new ideas. And also it's useful to note here that kind of until this time, there was the London School of Contemporary Dance, which in its early years was quite radical, but there really was no outlet for artists to explore choreography outside of the dance company, so you would just be a dancer within a company. So X6 really changed that. And then this brings me to 1980, which marks the eviction of X6 from Butler's Wharf and their subsequent move, along with several other dance practitioners, including Patricia Bardi, Laurie Booth, Chris Cheek, Anna Fersh, Kiki Gale, Douglas Gill, Susie Gilmore, Claire Hayes, Phil Jack, Sue McLennan and Kirsty Simpson to Chisenhale Works. And I list some of those names because X6 and Chisenhale were never just one person, it was always a collective, but so many other people involved. And so I think it's important to try and bring as many of those names in as possible, but also whilst acknowledging the limitation there. And thus, upon moving to Chisenhale Works, Chisenhale Dance Space is inaugurated. This photo depicts Phil Jack and Douglas Gill fitting the maplewood floor, which was original to X6 Dance Space. And they actually carried it from Butler's Wharf to Chisenhale and refitted it, and it still remains there today. Whilst the influence of the previous decade would inform the formation and development of Chisenhale, Chisenhale emerged in very different circumstances to that of the X6 and the New Dance movement. The UK was changing under the neoliberal politics of Margaret Thatcher and the New Right. The eviction of X6 from Butler's Wharf to make way for new riverside developments was symbolic of this changing environment and a demonstration of what would become the increasingly conservative and commercialised culture of the 1980s. Whilst the aim of Chisenhale's founders was to continue with the work X6 had started, it existed within a different social and political context and required a suitably different approach. There was also very little financial support for independent dance during this period, which impacted the work that could be made. This was a major reason for the delayed opening of the space, which didn't open until 1984. But this also particularly impacted work produced by women who were still underrepresented and marginalised within dance. And for some context on this, in an issue of New Dance magazine, dance historian and theorist Christy Adair writes, and I quote, "Although it was mainly women who dance, it is mainly men who choreograph and direct companies. However, it is still not considered socially acceptable for a male to be interested in dance. As it is men who usually hold the political, social and economic power, this is likely to have some bearing on the way dance is seen as one of the less important art forms." And I think this is a useful analysis when considering the conditions in which Chisenhale was operating in and what it was trying to do in providing a space outside of the institution and the structure and ideologies that reinforce. But I think it's also useful when thinking about maybe why, I mean, there's lots of reasons, but maybe why dance has been excluded from, a broader art history. So when discussing Chisenhale and its history, one might wonder what Chisenhale is or how it can be defined. And I would suggest that one definition of this is Chisenhale as a resource. Chisenhale existed as an independent space. It welcomed professionals and non-professionals. It was and still is a place for experimentation, and importantly provided a space for people and practices which were marginalised from mainstream dance. Chisenhale was founded with the intention to provide opportunities, foster relationships, create networks, and continue to challenge normative values. It was the only space for dance and performance practices in London, if not the UK, operating in this way, and it supported a diversity of dance and performance practices. So I think Chisenhale's Artist in Residency programme is a good example of ways in which, one of the many ways in which they were supporting artist practice. And one of the first two artists selected for this programme in 1986 was the artist Mona Hatoum, who's now, a huge artist and famous for performance works, amongst other things. In her residence, Hatoum was part of several performances and events at Chisenhale over 1986 and 1987, which included a screening of her work, Changing Parts. Around the same time in 1988, she was also part of the group show Essential Black Art, curated by Rashid Areen at Chisenhale Gallery. Here are two images from Chisenhale's archive. So one on the right documents some information of the video Changing Parts, which was actually a Western Front video production. And the other photograph is a photograph of a piece called Roadworks, which was made in 1985 for a project at Brixton Art Gallery and performed here by Mona Hatoum and Stefan Trzelkin, who was also one of the artists in residence at Chisenhale during this period. Many artists working at Chisenhale continued to push the boundaries of conventional dance practice, and in particular, there was a consideration for gender politics and the representation of women. There are, like I've said, so many artists involved with Chisenhale during this time, and to select some is not to elevate them over others. I'm also limited in my representation because of access to documentation, and also that Chisenhale's historic collection remains unarchived, which is also part of my PhD research. So that does sort of limit my scope in some way. But as some examples of artists working within this feminist framework particularly, are artists such as Frances Sergi and Rose Martin, Jackie Lansley, who was co-founder of X6 and Chisenhale, Anna Fersch, who was co-founder of Chisenhale and also founder of the experimental theatre collective Blood Group, and Leah Anderson's group, the Chumleys, just to name a few. And pictured here is actually a rehearsal of Dirt by the Blood Group from 1983 with Stephanie Pugsley, Susie Gilmore and Anna Fersch, and it's photographed by Jill Posner. And this piece directly related to and criticized policies, and it was it was later toured, I think, in the UK. So here I think it's useful to return to Emmeline Clay's definition of new dance from an early issue of New Dance magazine to further understand the position Chisenhale's founders were coming from. And Clade writes about the new dance movement that and I quote, "What is new is now and what is happening now, how the social, financial and political conditions affect each other at any given time, and where the dance artist stands in relation to them is what affects the work and its newness. This approach does away with static end products, social goals, and leaves a constantly changing and developing process coexisting and working with the constantly changing external conditions. The work Chisenhale was doing and wanted to do was fundamentally concerned with and responded to the social, political, and cultural context it existed in, even if this was slightly done in a slightly different way to the X6. And focus on community, Chisenhale's local community of Tower Hamlets and the wider artistic community was key. Community and art were mutually inclusive. Chisenhale fostered relationships between artists, organisations and the local community, and from this developed a range of collaborations. So an example of this work is in the practice of dance artist Rosemary Lee, and pictured here is a collaboration of hers with Sally Sykes called The Memoirs of a Cast of 1,000. And they invited members of the community to participate. Lee and Sykes devised a structure that allowed casts of any number to become involved in the performance, so a reactive and constantly changing piece. It's also significant to note here the emergence of the community art movement in the UK. Chisenhale was directly involved in this movement as it was home to Tower Hamlets Dance Animateurs, and this was a programme initiated and funded by councils across the UK. Chisenhale's dance animateurs were Mary Prestige, Linda Agard, Chris Cheek and Norman Stevenson. And pictured here is an image from the large-scale outdoor performance work called Passing Through, which was supported by one of these community art schemes. And this piece is by Fran Cottle, Mary Prestige, Jan Howarth and Sam Morton, and it collaborated with various local community groups, particularly women's local community groups, in an event which celebrated the lives of women. So New Dance and Chisenhale wasn't about creating or supporting a particular style of dance. As stated in its 1983 interim declaration of intention, Chisenhale saw a pressing need to act openly as an oppositional force to predominant conceptions, presentations and languages, images received of dance through culture. These were presentations which existed on rigorous stereotyping of the body from an early age, and they existed in the media, photographs, the way that dance was documented, and of course in traditional ballet. This manifested in radical and interdisciplinary practices, including dance, performance art, film and photography. And Chisenhale actually hosted a collaboration with Camera Works, the magazine and gallery, which was founded by Joe Spence and Terry Dennett. And that was sort of exploring some of these issues around the body through different mediums of dance and also photography, sorry. So Chisenhale's aim was to provide an environment where dance was accessible and artists could develop their practice whilst resisting impending pressures from an ever more product-driven society and the conservative ideologies of traditional dance. It continued to operate as an artist-led collective and continues to do that today. And it also continued for some years to produce New Dance magazine, whilst also supporting artist practice and the community interests. So my presentation today exercise in surveying some of the antecedents to Chisenhale's history, its context, and some of the projects and artists supported in its early history. I hope in doing so, I have demonstrated Chisenhale's significant role in supporting artist practice outside of the Dance Conservatory and the significance of this within experimental dance and performance. Extending from this paper, my PhD research, more broadly considers how to survey a history which has historically positioned itself outside of the institution. And I think this is stuff that we've touched on already today. And the sort of positioning itself outside of the existing language or semiotics of the cultural hegemony. And thus, within that, analysing Chisenhale's relationships to its own collection of historic material, what it means to declare that something has an archive that's been institutionalised eventually, and what this archive represents, particularly when dealing with the practices of dance and performance. What does it represent, and how can the archive be used, and what's missing from that archive? And I end here with a picture of one of Chisenhale's early newsletters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachael. Those were really fascinating images. It's great to see those, and some amazing thoughts that I know we're going to have lots to discuss. So moving on to our second speaker, so Caitrín. Caitrín Barrett-Donlon is an art historian and dancer based in London. With a focus on art from the 1960s to the present, Caitrín has a special interest in dance and performance. Her research investigates themes of the body, temporality, and transitional materiality. Caitrín will be commencing her doctoral studies in September 2021 within the History of Art department at UCL University College London. Her PhD project will address the recent work of the choreographer Yvonne Rainer, who we've already spoken about, one of the most important figures of postmodern dance, and with the broader aim of exploring dance's emerging place within art history and museum practices. And the title of Caitrin's paper is Crush, Social Embodiment in Yvonne Rainer's Concept of Dust. Thank you, Caitrín.
Hi everyone. I'm so happy to be here today and sharing this with you and hearing all of your amazing contributions. So thank you for those. I'm gonna share my screen. I can. Oh, just give me one moment. Working now?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so today I'll be sharing research from my master's thesis on choreographer Yvonne Rainer's The Concept of Dust, or How Do You Look When There's Nothing Left to Move? This research analysed Rainer's ongoing preoccupation with the mortality, memory and materiality of the human body in relation to institutional dialogues about dance in the museum by addressing the mortality and memory of ephemeral performance. The chapter I'll be revisiting today responds to the idea of group work by examining the ways in which Rainer's piece investigates the complexities and vulnerabilities of collective movement, actively exposing and challenging power structures by configuring and reconfiguring the relations between each dancer, as well as Rainer's own conflict between her roles as choreographer and group member. This piece openly explores the complicated reality and subtleties of group dynamics, one of the fundamental idiosyncrasies of dance. First, I'll give a brief overview of the piece. The Concept of Dust was commissioned in 2014 by the Getty Museum, the Getty Research Institute and Performer, in conjunction with an ongoing Getty Research Institute exhibition entitled Yvonne Rainer Dances and Films. The Getty referred to the piece, first performed as a part of the exhibition in Los Angeles, as in progress. Their description is as follows. Interwoven with personal themes of aging, mortality and humour are various texts intermittently read by Rainer and the dancers, dealing with ancient Mideast dynasties, paleontological findings and literary quotations. Rainer herself states that the piece has to do with history and antiquity. The dance engages with the temporality of corporeality and centres on the decay and mortality of the human body. Rainer asks, how do you look when there's nothing left to move? The performance begins with Rainer slowly pacing the perimeter of the space, whilst 5 dancers warm up to the sound of a piano being tuned. Henri Rousseau's painting The Sleeping Gypsy rests on a trolley upstage, supported by 2 museum art handlers, and beneath it lies a futon-like mattress. 3 chairs are situated at the edges of the dance mat. One is accompanied by a single white pillow, another is draped with a multicoloured cloak, reminiscent of the gypsy's garments. As the pianist begins to play Edvard Grieg's Arietta, Rainer takes a seat in a chair, script and microphone in hand. What unfolds is explicitly self-referential. The dancers move through new choreography, as well as through Rainer's archive of movement material. Behind them, the sleeping gypsy is slowly wheeled across the back of the gallery by the 2 art handlers. Alongside the sounds of the dancers, we hear Gavin Bryars' The Sinking of the Titanic played in the background. Rainer moves in and around the space, occasionally participating in the developing dance, which ends with a striking tableau. The piece is steeped in allusions to a continuous cult history of culture and bodies, inscribed into the space by the language, movement, and sounds we observe. The choreographer retains a certain amount of authorial power in the concept of dust. This sense of command is evident, for example, in her thrusting of a microphone and papers under the faces of the dancers. Yet it's felt most strongly when Raina calls out crush and becomes the sole instigator of what's arguably the dancer's most social maneuver. So I'm now going to show you a really short clip of the crush. So I hope that kind of gives you a little idea of what I'm going to be talking about today. The crush implies a multitude of linguistic definitions. The verb can mean to force inwards by compressing forcefully, or to violently subdue. As a noun, it is defined as a crowd of people pressed closely together. So which definitions of the crush do Raina and her dancers embody in the crushing movement of this piece? How does the crush relate to the materiality of the body, and more importantly, the sociality of this piece? I argue that the social model that Raina's dance employs is relevant to her explorations of corporeality by its production of a mutually dependent bodily structure, as well as its presentation of intergenerational dances. Moreover, that the fluctuating social hierarchy of this dance can help us to trace the investigation of group dynamics retrograde through Raina's choreographic practice, and to see dance as an insightful means to reconsider socio-political themes of violence, aging, and vulnerability. The crush is a sustained moment of intense physicality. After Raina's voice initiates the mobilization of the dancers, individual bodies swiftly come together and form an interconnected mass that then traverses the performance space. In her essay on the concept of dust, Assistant Professor of Visual Studies at the New School, So Young Yoon, gives a description of the crush, writing that the dancers close in on and around each other, pushing up or against the other, creating a tightly compressed configuration, a scrimmage that buckles a step or two. The crush relaxes into a briefly held huddle, or suddenly discharges a graceful sweep of an arm, a neat tip of the hand, or a squat and a wry grin. It's one of the few sections of movement material that Raina participates in over the duration of this piece, which points to its significance in her exploration of the abilities of an aging dancer within the group. Raina's 86 years old now. This formation of bodies is also paired with an extended moment of vocal silence. The only sounds we hear are that of the dancers' bodies and Breyer's melancholic The Sinking of the Titanic. 6 intermingling bodies therefore become the primary focus of the audience's attention during this moment. The choreographer's line of inquiry into embodiment is interwoven through the touches of the dancers, who crush both with and against each other, melding their bodies into a moving question about sociality. The crush bears a striking resemblance to Huddle, a work by artist and choreographer Simone Forti. Forti's piece is what the performer and writer Ethan Philbrick calls a sculptural movement score. It casts its focus on the physical interaction of people in space, the construction of sculptural form by the body. In huddle, the performers form a cluster similar to that of a rugby scrum, from which one dancer detaches and proceeds to climb over the human sculpture, supported by the close-knit bodies beneath them, to eventually rejoin the group. 40s dance is a model for collaborative artistic production, minimalist dance practice, and social relations. Rayner's crush is similarly concerned with the social interaction of bodies. Yet in contrast to huddle, the crush appears to form a less reassuring structure. It lacks the gentleness that 40s construction offers, opting for a more turbulent approach to group dynamics. Rather than huddling together as a supportive network, Rayner and the dancers in the crush form a simultaneously aggressive and passive organism, as disharmonious as it is in union. The dancers struggle with one another, determined to overcome the obstacle of the other bodies. Yet, until the group finally disbands, they're forced to remain within the fray. Rayner's concept of crushing therefore encompasses the notions of force and violence implied by its semantic meaning. Groups of moving bodies appear repeatedly in Rayner's work, from We Shall Run, 1963, to Continuous Project Altered Daily, 1970. Rayner frequently returns to the notion of the group as a way to explore the reality of the individual and collective body. Engaging with a theme that came to the fore in the 1970s during her time as a founding member of the Grand Union, a group of dancers including Steve Paxton and Trisha Brown devoted to experimental choreography, Rayner continues to explore her conflicting roles of leader and participant in the concept of dust. Further, as both initiator and participant in the crush, Rayner uses her own aging body, an equal member of the crush's structure, to question the notion of hierarchy within the bodies of the group. The forcefulness and violence of the crush intimates the tense group dynamics that Rayner explores during this piece. Herein, I reference philosopher Judith Butler's essay, Violence, Mourning, Politics, From Precarious Life, The Powers of Mourning and Violence, to argue that Rayner's focus on the social vulnerability of the body in the crush is a danced example of Butler's vulnerable body par excellence. Butler's essay leads an inquiry into the socio-political constitution of bodies. The embodied human condition and the vulnerability it entails is central to Butler's consideration of people as politically formed beings, and further that our corporeal vulnerability exposes us to violence. She writes, "The body implies mortality, vulnerability, agency. The skin and the flesh expose us to the gaze of others, but also to touch, to violence, and bodies put us at a risk of becoming the agency and instrument of all these as well. Mortality, vulnerability, and agency are all embodied in the concept of dust. The dancer in the crush is able to fully inhabit the vulnerable body that Butler claims within the framework of Rayner's decision-based choreography. Considering the ideas of risk and violence, Butler's perception of the body echoes throughout Rayner's piece. Both the philosopher and the choreographer examine the corporeality of the social. In the crush, the body is involved in a self-exposure to that of the other dancers in the group and positions itself in the face of risk, perhaps that one might press so firmly into another as to injure oneself or indeed both parties. The crush not only accepts the potential for the forcefulness and violence of bodies, the risk associated with crushing, but also indulges in it and thus challenges it. With particular reference to aging and mortality, Rayner questions the place of the geriatric body in dance by situating her vulnerable, aching body at the centre of attention. The choreographer's body exists throughout the dance, but particularly in the crush, in stark contrast to that of the other dancers. In her essay, The Aching Body in Dance, Rayner asks herself, how have I recently dealt not only with aging in my choreography, but with aging performers, including myself, a group whose ages range from 38 to 66? With this question, Rayner alludes to the intergenerational group of dancers that perform in the concept of dust. A structure composed of temporally discordant bodies, the crush best exemplifies the choreographer's juxtaposition of young and old, of aging and youthful bodies, and asks audiences to examine the way in which they perceive the function of such bodies in the group. Rayner's participation in the crush calls to attention the vulnerability of an elderly body by its obvious dissimilarity to the strong, athletic bodies of the younger dancers, and evidences the fragile materiality of her body, a concern for Rayner throughout her work. Yet both Rayner and the dancers, though they are generationally diverse, are capable of becoming the agency and instrument of violence in the crush. Raina claims that traditionally, the choreographer dancer performs alongside younger dancers, even as she becomes demonstrably older than the other members of her consistently youthful company. The young performers leave and are replaced while the choreographer continues to dance. Raina, however, is not such a choreographer. She lacks a consistently youthful company, and instead of replacing dancers as they age, she accommodates the idiosyncrasies of their aging bodies alongside her own in her choreographic process. As she mends this traditional schism between choreographer and company, what I perceive as inherent in Raina's ever-evolving exploration of the group is her self-awareness as a member of a larger body, and her need to interrogate this sense of the social through her practice. In the crush, bodies existing in multiplicity mean that corporeal structure, less vulnerable than an individual body, is formed. This structure depends on all its members to maintain itself. One cannot strike out on one's own. Though more violent than 40s huddle, the crush evidences Raina's clear reliance on other bodies to survive the trials of aging and contend with the vulnerability and materiality of her own body. Perhaps then, Raina's crush bears a more nuanced similarity to huddle by virtue of the fact that its mutually dependent structure requires an understanding between participants. Granted, Raina writes, I shall need a little empathy from my friends. The crush is Raina's call for action. As we witness the choreographer being subsumed into a composite moving organism in this dance, we are asked to engage with an idea that Raina continually returns to and questions within her practice, that both choreographer and dancer, leader and group member, part and whole have a resolute and mutually contingent function at the core of this piece. The action of Raina's intergenerational group allows us to see clearly the inherent sociality and social dependency of collective movement. Through movement, the dance is able to navigate the socially and politically important themes of violence, aging, and vulnerability, offering a tangible means to consider the broader questions that groups of moving bodies both respond to and invite as they negotiate space in art history, museums, and beyond. Group dances and collective manoeuvres like the crush produce interactions that provide us with an alternative means to perceiving ourselves as socially embodied participants in action, as individuals in motion who might just need a little empathy from their friends. Thanks.
Thank you, Caitrín.
Thank you. That was such a beautiful end.
Yeah, lovely. And I think there are some really wonderful connections that we'll discuss between you and Rachael.
Yeah, definitely.
After our third panelist, who so we have something a bit different for this one, which is a video. And I don't believe...
I have a text, actually, that they've just sent through. So
fantastic.
Do you want to just introduce movement possession?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So the next piece we have has been made especially for today by collective Movement Possession and artist Isa Rakel. So in 2018, queer performer Sim Gray founded the collective Movement Possession. This project is defined by humour, improvisation, and collaboration, a dynamic practice that fully embodies pleasure and catharsis. Isa Rakel is a performance artist and activist who views the body as a stage for transgressive encounters. Her work uses movement and the body to engage with ecological grief, interrogate her own complicity, and disrupt pre-established orthodoxies.
Great, and this is just an introductory piece, text they've sent through, but I am actually just going to get the video up now so we can have a seamless transition.
Great.
Okay. So, our species first migrated one footstep at a time. If choreography is a form of pilgrimage, we are always in pursuit. Flora, fauna, prey, mineral treasure, we work around the scarring tissue. Our planet is scarred by many paths of longing. Peak and diminish, consume and be consumed, activate feelings of discomfort, glitch. The essence of communication is an embrace. We embody pleasure, but also catastrophe, excess, and devastation. Different entities allow us to investigate something within. Release your ego as you travel by foot. So thank you, Movement Possession, for that piece. Really beautiful work.
So should we invite Rachel and Caitrín back for the discussion? And also, as I said in my last session, if Lisa or Claire are around, they're also welcome to join, as theirs got quite cut off before lunch.
Claire has sadly had to leave, but yeah, it'd be great for Lisa to join if she can, especially talk about Raina as well.
So, who wants to start with a question?
I didn't really have a question, but when Caitrín was talking about collective working and this process, I was just thinking about, because it's something that I've thought about a lot as well when I've been researching around the X6 collective, and I think it's a sort of point of creative tension in any sort of working process when you're trying to work against the traditional choreographer or a director. But I was just thinking about, or coming back to, I suppose, how the sort of subjective individual voice or body is as dependent on the collective network as much as the network is reliant on the individual. And so there's this sort of conflict between subversive collaborative strategies, but then also individual, and in the case of X6, and I suppose of Raina too, the sort of the individual feminist voice, which is really important in providing that structure. And I think part of the reason, I think it's a really interesting sort of structure for artists to be, or performers and dancers to be working within, but I think in the sort of case of being ready, supported by the collective, but then I guess when X6 ended, feeling that they also wanted to embrace that individual feminist voice or that individual artist practice and develop that. So I think it's a real struggle to to sort of not balance it, but there is this sort of creative tension, and then there's also the sort of exclusion that the collective has, both in terms of politics and sort of ideology, but then also in practice too. So I don't really have a question, but I was just thinking about collaborative processes as a process rather than as a product, and I was thinking back to what Hélia was saying within the sort of collection, and how when you archive performance works, it's not really necessarily about just that one person. It's it's also the photographer that took that photo, for example, of the performance, the costume designer, the dancers. There's always a sort of collaborative thing, I suppose, that we're talking about when we talk about performance. So it just made me reflect on that again. But yeah, I don't actually have a question.
No, but that's a lovely point. And I think what you're saying about kind of where does it end, who gets included, who gets excluded, sounds like that's something you have to constantly negotiate. And yeah. I don't think there's really an answer for that.
Yeah.
But I don't know, maybe Caitrín has something to say in response? Sorry to put you on the spot.
I have so much going on in my head right now, because seeing everyone's presentations and yeah, so inspired by some of the points that have been made so far. I think perhaps one thing I was interested, Rachel, when you were talking about the representation of women and this feminist slant in relation to the collective and to what I was talking about with the crush. I suppose when you mentioned the gendered hierarchy of the collective, if I didn't know much about the group you were talking about, so it was really interesting to me. So I wondering if you could say a bit more about that in that context and how that worked.
Yeah, I guess because all of the founders of X6 were coming from either a background in ballet or Mary Prested was actually an Olympian gymnast. So all of them had been through a really rigorous training from a really young age, which conditioned their body, but also they were always on the receiving end of, I guess, that being a body in some, either in a performance, a huge ballet production, or in Mary's case, within as an athlete. And as a sort of woman dancing in a ballet, you're often part of a much bigger group or core of other women, and you're kind of which I think is interesting too, because there's this idea of collective, but in quite an oppressive way. You have to conform, you have to have the same body, you have to jump the same height, you have to kind of be invisible, which is all the sort of things that radical collective strategies are trying to do. But within that, you're always a faceless, nameless dancer, that you really have no sort of agency. So I guess the X6 were sort of rejecting all of that by being a collective where everything was all decision making was done collectively. There was just one guy in that collective, but I guess it was also sort of reflecting what was going on in second wave feminism, with lots of sort of collective consciousness raising groups happening, and other all women collectives that were popping up in the UK. So I think it was really influenced by that, and it provided a space, I think, to have a voice, but also to discuss some of these politics that actually there wouldn't be the space for otherwise. So it's sort of rejecting that really gendered hierarchical structure, namely of ballet, and but also like dance companies more broadly, was what I was referring to there.
I think that's really interesting when I've been thinking about Raina and this conflict between choreographer and group member, and I think by the sounds of it, it was a much more flattened hierarchy within X6, and that's something that Raina really struggles with, because she's still kind of got this authoritarian hand, even though she's trying to negotiate that, and she's a woman, an elderly woman now in her 80s, and I just was thinking a lot about this gendered hierarchy and how she's kind of at the top and then sometimes is subsumed again, and gave me a lot to think about.
Yeah, it's really interesting, and I think because the X6, they didn't always make work collectively, but they were definitely working through that process of how does that affect what's being made when you do work collectively, and what is just sort of working within a collective structure. But I was just thinking when you were talking about archival works, and what was really important when I was working with the X6, and it's something that I really strongly value as well, is crediting all of the dancers in the piece, even if for example in Yvonne Raina's case, she's a choreographer, and maybe at the top of, if you like, at the top of that hierarchy, and the dancers are following her lead, but still their contribution is validated. It isn't just the title of the piece and the choreographer and then these things that are making the piece happen. They are people, with names and their own experiences and backgrounds and context. So that was really important when curating work, which was also a struggle, because some people can't remember who it was. It might be, they might have their back of their head to the camera, but actually making a huge effort to try and make sure everybody is credited is one way, I think, to try and dismantle those hierarchies, but it's also really difficult.
Caitrín, I was really fascinated by what you were saying about this positioning yourself in the face of risk, and I thought it would be interesting to sort of return to the text that Movement Possession submitted, because of course, and that's interesting in itself as they are a collective. And one part of the text which says the essence of communication is an embrace. We embody pleasure, but also catastrophe, excess, and devastation. So I thought maybe if we could think through the embrace as what you've also been talking about as, you know, the crush, the huddle, and that kind of dynamic between empathic connection, but also always pushing towards maybe force and violence. And yeah, whether maybe you could talk a bit more about those themes.
Absolutely. Another thing that I was wanting to mention actually was in Jack's talk at the beginning, he mentioned about the potential violence of the look and the threat of injury, and that I felt kind of spoke to some of those topics that I was talking about. And let me just get this. I think yeah, I was kind of interested in the idea of accepting both the, like you said, the empathy that's involved in this collective movement, and but accepting the violence as well. And I think it's that putting that quite overtly into the space through the dance. It really just opens up a lot of pathways for us to ask questions about it. And I think it's a really important part of, like Butler says, of embodied experience, that we are exposed, and it's this idea of exposure as well, I think also came up a bit today. I think there was I think it was Lisa who spoke about like some sort of self-exposure in relation to dressage, obviously. And I think it's also to do with being the participant in violence. I can't remember it was in the first discussion, somebody raised the idea of being a participant in violence and complicating the idea of the victim, which I thought was a really interesting point. If that person is still here and wants to say a bit more about that, I would love to hear it. Yeah, this idea of troubling this identity through movement and thinking about violence and victimhood and subjecthood.
I think that was Tamsin speaking on Okwi or Pokwasili. So sadly Tamsin's not here, but yeah, that's a really good connection to make.
Yeah, and I also think that links so nicely with this movement possession piece, thinking about ecological grief, which also relates so well to Suba's wonderful piece from earlier, and all these kind of positions we have to put ourselves in to have some kind of, like, to break through at something, there is this risk, there is this putting your body on the line. And I think,
sorry.
I was just going to say, and that precarity also came through so nicely in Rachel's piece, thinking about the context they were working in with Exit.
I was just also going to say about how group work necessarily involves non-humans as well, and environment. So I see Lisa wants to say something, so please.
Hey, I have a question about the Yvonne Rayner performance, obviously, and I wonder, because you were talking about one of her last really productive works that she did herself, and also there were paintings in the background, right? So she is really situated now within this interdisciplinary context within the institution, and I wonder, as I'm sure you know all of her early work, what impression do you get from this cross-reading, early and late work? Do you see any parallels, or do you see any tensions within Rayner's work?
I think that's a great question, thank you. I think I definitely see parallels. And I actually was thinking about Sanna's work, and where she said that she has this sample bank and drawing on the archive and dormant movement. And I think, although there's obviously been a progression from the Judson space into these more institutional contexts within Raina's work, I think most of the sort of themes are kind of recycled and revisited by Raina. She says this herself, and she says that she revisions work, and this idea of like a constant work in progress. So I think that although the context has changed and obviously has become far more commercialized, like you were saying in your talk, I think that the kind of baselines of inquiry are the same, and I think also are kind of in some ways enriched by this move towards institutionalization. I think it's really tricky ground to be treading on, and there are a lot of questions about whether dance really, whether Raina's piece really belongs in a museum like that. And I think the fact that we've got the dual questioning of the themes of her work alongside this kind of contextualization and being in the museum, I think that brings something to the dialogue that is really interesting. And yeah, I kind of see it as a progression into just like a new territory to explore old themes, if that kind of semi-answers your question.
Yeah, I guess we could just talk a lot more about this, as it's really interesting to, as we know so much about her early work, but her late work is not really analyzed to such an extent, like how much has the choreography changed or what movements are actually performed. So I guess this is really just a greater debate about Yvonne Rainer. But yeah, maybe we have the chance to speak more casually about this.
Yeah, definitely. That'd be great.
I think it's also really great, Caitrín, that you just mentioned the connection with Sanna's work, because that immediately, when there was that quote you put up from Raina talking about this being in progress, and also the use of various, drawing in different textual pieces alongside performance, and also this touch of humor, all of which Sanna's also playing with. So yeah.
Yeah, I saw so many dots joined there.
It's so lovely how everyone's listened to each other and really fed into each other's ideas.
Candela Capitán is a performance artist and choreographer who explores the languages and discourses of the body through different paths, practices, and means. Her work uses various choreographic platforms, such as installations, live actions, or video. The generational gap, sexuality, consumption, voyeurism, and new technologies are the subjects that allow Candela to create a provocative world full of fantasy and vandalism, in which she invites the viewer to participate directly in her tensions, joys, and delusions. So Candela has chosen a dancer, Julia Romero, to perform her piece, The Death at the Club, in 45 minutes, 2018 to 2021. It's a long-lasting performance that subjects the body to a state of the death impulse. What is it that makes us behave as if life has no value? A proposal that explores the dark sides of strong individualism in modern society through dance. After the COVID-19 pandemic, this piece takes on new meanings. So this is a durational performance that will last 45 minutes. It's happening live for us, which we're so grateful for. And once the performance is finished, that will mark the end of the conference. So we thank you all for joining. And yeah.
And thanks everyone for being involved in the discussions. Thanks Caitrín and Rachael for those lovely talks as well. And I hope you enjoyed today as much as we did.
Yeah. And yeah, Candela, we are ready for you to share your sound. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, that was amazing.
Yes, thank you, Julia Romero. That was an astounding test of stamina, and also brilliant sound design by Isabella Gutierrez. And thank you, Candela, for facilitating that.
Oh, sorry. Julia.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we'd just like to say thank you to everyone else who joined us today. So our first panel, Jack Parlett, Subathra Subramaniam and Tamsin Hong.
Our second panel with Hélia Marçal, Clair Wills, Sanna Helena Berger, featuring Shade Thuray and Lisa Moravec.
And our third panel, which was Rachael Davies, Caitrín Barrett-Donlon, and Movement Possession with Isa Rakel. And thank you to our audience as well for sharing this day with us.
Okay, well, we hope you all have a lovely afternoon and evening. Thanks.
See you all soon.